Someone needs roughing up on this island.
Hello?
Food out there is not mine. It only serves to remind me of my kin. Hey, hey, hey. Hey, hey, hey.
Run all you like, you insignificant insect. The human race is doomed.
Pleased to see you.
This is where you'll writhe around in excruciating pain for about an hour.
Hello, hello. Hello, everybody. Welcome, Parrots, Pardon, Giolshka, Vidiot Fringe, and Catmas. What? Where did that come from, Catmas? Happy Friday. Hey, QP,
Oh,
welcome
it's
in.
you! Hi! Go away!
No, don't go away. If you have to go away first, roll the D666. Right now, 5 people have rolled, and the highest is 340. Something's wrong today, for sure. Your joke got lost in translation. Maybe.
New critical hits boost. Barton the Slayer just boosted Fallout 3. We all have our own destinies,
If you tell me
and
one
yours
more time
culminates
something's
here.
missing,
I would not rob you of
Another
that.
low.
New critical hits boost. Barton the Slayer just boosted Elder Scrolls. Dagathor is dead. I hope we will no longer be troubled by his dreams. But I wonder, too, what the ghost of a god would be. And can a dead god dream? New critical hits boost. Quiescent Pandemonium just boosted Kotor. New critical hits boost. Quiescent Pandemonium just boosted Temple. New critical hits boost. Barton the Slayer just boosted NWN. I am unsure what will happen if I die upon your world. Will that part of me which is demonic return to the abyss? I pray not. I had my fill of that place. New critical hits boost.
Those quotes are so
Quiescent
cool.
Pandemonium just boosted Vampire.
I'm really curious to find where those Neometer Knights quotes are from. Probably from expansions. Yeah.
The road out there is not mine. It
Another
only
low.
serves to remind me of my failure.
What's wrong today? Look at this. The highest is 340.
New critical hits boost.
Hey Nebuka,
just
hello.
boosted Fallout 2.
Nebuka, can you roll the evilometer?
New critical hits boost. Nebuka just boosted
Hey.
Bloodline.
What is free choice?
New critical hits
Nice.
boost. Gialska just
Finally.
boosted Pathfinder.
Finally.
Kingmaker. New critical hits boost. Nebuka just boosted Kotor 2. New critical
Hello?
hits boost. Gialska just boosted Pathfinder. WOTR. New critical hits boost. Gialska just boosted KOTOR 2.
Okay.
Hey,
100 boosts for Kotor now. Yeah, me too, Barden. I love seeing this. It's so impressive to watch every time.
New critical hits boost. Vidiot Fringe just boosted The Witcher.
Witcher.
New critical hits boost. Vidiot Fringe just boosted Wasteland. New critical hits boost.
Hey, Board Game Heaven.
just boosted Dungeon Siege.
Wasteland.
New critical hits boost. Vidiot Fringe just boosted Deus Ex Invisible War.
Ooh, all
New
right.
critical hits boost. Board Game Heaven just boosted Revenant.
Wasteland. Yeah, I'm. Revenant. And Deus Ex.
New critical hits boost. Board Game Heaven just boosted
Menzo.
Menzo Virenzen.
Very good. Hey Ray, how are you? It's great to see you. And thank you everybody for the boosts. That was crazy. Wow, so many boosts right at the first few minutes. Let's see how many that was. That was 18 boosts in the first how many minutes? Few. 5 minutes or so. The top 4. The top 4 looks something like this. Or we can do this. Yeah, Neverwinter Nights was already at the top yesterday. It really gained the ranks very quickly. Good weekend, yes, exactly. It's time to rest. Hey XCOM, hello. I am very well, thank you. I hope you are well too. Let's check Wastelands. Alright, Barden. Good luck with your work and hope to see you, maybe, soon. If you are done with work, before I'm done with the stream. So Wasteland is in the 18th spot. It still has some way to go. But I believe in you, EF. I think you can definitely do it.
Greetings!
You know what? You should try finding allies. You should try bribing, coercion, blackmail. Maybe some persuasion, seduction attempts. I think you might be able to convince people to boost Wasteland. Wasteland allies assemble. Yeah, exactly. I am just sad that, I know I'm biased, but I'm just sad that Fallout is falling off. Anyway, I hope you're all well, having a fine Friday and start of your weekend. I certainly am. Would I say it's falling out? Yes, I think I would. I don't know if it would be funny if I said that. But I would. When No Winter gets played, all of your No Winter boosts will go to Fallout 2. Alright, that's good. I think we can play Fallout before the 20th Critical Hits game, so it should be within the next 6 months. Okay, so yesterday we got mazed. Hey, Lady of Pain did not like that we joined. What was that? The name? I forgot. We became someone's disciple and Lady of Pain did not like it. So what I did off stream, I actually, with the help of Parrotwise, I cleaned my inventory. Eoscar, yes. We became a disciple of Eoscar. And like all the other previous disciples of Eoscar, we got lost. We were mazed by Lady of Pain, and I suppose we are going to try and find a way. Any mods? What do you mean? Anyway, I was saying, with the help of Parrotwise, I cleaned my inventory of the useless items. Apparently, I don't need to keep every piece of junk. The portal key system is not that interesting. It's very interesting, but it's not as detailed and intricate as I thought. I thought there were way more portals and way more keys. Apparently, that's not the case. There are plenty, but usually there are some breadcrumbs given to you, so I don't have to. I mean, I asked Parrotwise every item if I should keep it or not, because I don't like dealing with a full inventory. That's something I don't like in games. I'm going to do my best to avoid that in any way possible, even if that means some slight spoilers. So yeah, Parrotwise helped me with that, and we cleaned the inventory together. So I'm keeping some stuff on Marte, but mostly I dropped them for the game. Infinite bags of holding. Yes, there are, and they are installed. We just haven't come across any yet. I don't know when or how we are going to find one, but I just know that I enabled bottomless bags of holding in this game. Yeah. So yeah. Let's start the timer and see what this place is like.
Done.
This is actually a maze. I mean, it's a literal maze. Okay. At least we got this bird's eye view. Let's take this one. Alright, QP, enjoy your lurk. Is that an exit? Could be. But let's uncover the whole area first before. Oh, I guess I have to find the correct arch What if I don't have the correct item though? One frame journal. This appears to be some sort of journal. Sheets of dried human skin have been stretched across a framework of bone, and strangely enough, it appears the sheets of skin have healed together at the seams, forming the spine of a makeshift book. It looks like the outer sheets of skin form a cover for a series of other skin sheets locked inside the bone frame. A series of symbols have been written in blood across the exterior of the sheets of skin, but you can't make them out. They appear to be some form of writing. They seem to be written upside down, right to left, and at odd angles that make your eyes hurt. Despite the crudity of the writing, you have to admit the design of the bone frame is actually quite intricate. The bones have been carved so that they snap neatly together. It looks like the bones can be unhooked from each other, allowing the book to be opened and read. This appears to be some sort of journal. Sheets of dried human skin have been stretched across a framework of bone, and strangely enough, it appears the sheets of skin have healed together at the seams. Okay, this is the same first paragraph. Examine the exterior. A series of symbols have been written in blood across the exteriors of the sheet's skin, but you can't make them out. Okay, this is the same. Examine the skin. The skin looks to be the same pallor as yours. Its scarred grey surface reminds you of a zombie's hide, and the pages feel more like cured leather than skin. Examine the frame. Despite the crudity of the writing, you have to admit the design of the bond frame is actually quite intricate. Okay, this is the same thing. Let's unlock the bond frame. You unlock the bond frame, which unfolds with a neat snap. You open the book and study the pages. They are filled with the same strange series of symbols as were on the exterior cover, and they don't seem to make any sense. Try to puzzle out the symbols. The symbols don't seem to follow any pattern, at least any that you can see. The angles and the pictures are displayed seem to be completely arbitrary, but you can't be absolutely sure. Try and puzzle out the symbols again. What if we try again? Alright, I think we don't have enough intelligence, or maybe we need some sort of reference. Rehook the bone frame and leave the journal alone. As you rehook the bone frame, you are suddenly struck with this strange thought that the pages of the interior aren't supposed to make any sense. You, whoever you were at the time, put the symbols there to deceive anyone looking to read the real contents, which are hidden somewhere else in the journal frame. Okay, so now we somehow realize that it was us who made this journal. I'm not sure how. Examine the bone frame. You examine the edge of the frame and you notice that one of the bones has a hairline fracture around one of its ends. You put your hand over the edge and twist off the top of the bone, revealing a hollow space. Inside the space is a small, rolled up scrap of skin. Pull out the skin and read it. This scrap of skin is covered in writing. It looks like someone kept writing over it again and again until it's almost illegible. Nonetheless, you can make out some of the words and some of the symbols. Trapped, trapped, ladies will be done, dodge her gaze. Too many I killed, too many strangle and killed, then stop the breath in their throats. There's a way out, I know. It's then I'll give the bladed one the laugh. Are the capital letters a clue? Trap, ladies will, dodge, many I kill, many, breath. Way out, I know. Blood. I don't think so. One of the arches holds way out. One of them does. One has the way out. Just can't just keep going through them one at a time. Maybe I should go through one, then walk back out to the same portal without. The entry trails off into indecipherable scrolls. For some reason, you have a feeling that was the last entry. Either the incarnation died in the maze or escaped somehow. Hook the pages back together and put the journal away.
My journal.
Okay, this is interesting. So that was one of our earlier incarnations. Telling that maybe we have to go through a portal, then go through the same portal without going through other portals. Or obviously, we don't know if that works or not. But of course, we have to find a portal that we can enter first. Right now, none of these arches are portals. Hmm. One path left.
This is it.
This is what? By the way, I was able to extract the sound files from the BIF files, the package files of the game. It's okay. Which means I now have access to every voice line as an MP3 file. I just have to look for them. So whatever you request as a channel SFX should be relatively easy to add to the channel. So don't be shy. Request away. Well, how do we go to this one? Wait, can I actually enter them? Oh, I can. Let's try what this journal said did not work. All right, board game hound. Enjoy your enjoy your dinner preparation. This might actually be the exit, but I want to test the other portals first. Okay. Shadow.
I'm hurt.
Uh-oh. Injured. Get him.
Die. Let it end like this.
Hey, Pansu. You are going out in a bit. Alright.
Strain through someone's bowels.
Where are you going, Pansu? It's good to see you though.
I'm gone.
Thanks for stopping by. How are you today? You know what I'm going to do?
I'm gone.
I'm not going to spend healing items. I'm going to try this again. In fact, I'm going to try this later. I'm going to try this portal first. Okay. But there's a good chance. Okay.
I'm hurt.
You know what?
Don't let
He
it
dealt
end
some good
like
damage.
this. All right.
Tyranny no pun today.
New critical hits boost. Pensive
That's
Elephant
fine.
just boosted Tyranny.
I
No
should have
pun
buffed,
today.
but there are no buffs. I don't have access to any buffs. Okay. Let's take a moment to boost Tyranny. Thank you for the boost, Spence. What am I doing? What? That's not how it should have worked. I'm confused. I never entered this. Let's enter this. Maybe I have actually entered that. I'm sorry.
Achuta.
My apologies. You missed like very important bits of the game, but I don't think that matters too much. Extremely rarely called season after
New
dark
critical
periods.
hits boost. Pensive Elephant just boosted extremely rarely cold season after dark periods.
But that was a pun. I thought there were no puns. Nice. What did I do? Sorry. I I boosted Neverwinter Nights, then went back to the game and showed you the file. I don't think I'm functioning properly today for some reason. Okay, not for Trini. You ran out of Trini pounds, okay. Oh, the shadow is gone.
is
We
it.
couldn't get any experience from the shadow. That's unfortunate.
Done.
Let's try something like this.
I'm gone.
Was it the save? Oh, whiskey bar. Sounds fine. Okay, this is after we died though. How many times did I save? Did I not keep any saves? Okay.
Done.
This is it, right? Wait, what? Oh, yes. No. I want to see what kind of experience or rewards we get for killing that one. So, let's heal up. Interesting choice considering you can't drink. And 8 whiskey. Oh, hate whiskey, even if you could. Well, you can get a salad. Let's try this. Fire, magical fire. We could use this.
I'm gone.
Did we miss?
Done.
What? How do you land this spell? Nice. 420. I think it was worth it. I think it was worth what we used. Right? Rub your front against your front in a big way. That's a really interesting definition of hugging. Okay. I know how to exit this. First, we are going to enter this one. Hey, Gigi. Hello, Gigi. How are you? Welcome. Then we enter this one again. Hello. I woke up yesterday. No, not yesterday. I woke up this morning with throat ache.
This is it.
And I decided that I am talking too loudly. For some reason, I'm speaking loudly while streaming. Probably because I cannot really hear myself with the game sound and the headphones blocking my ears. Oh, how does this work now? How does Pink Panther main theme song sounds like in Turkish? I don't know. I have no idea. Yeah, I'm trying to let my voice reach you. It doesn't work though. I think we got the exit. So yeah, I think I will try to speak more silently, if that makes any sense. At least I will try not to shout. So let me know if I am less audible than usual.
What's up?
Alright. We killed the shadow, we found the journal, and we escaped the maze.
World out there is not mine. It only serves to remind me of my failure.
Another low
We've won
roll.
3 battles against these monsters, and tomorrow should be no different.
You've been constantly getting a good mixer to be able to do proper monitoring. That would be great, I think. I am pretty audible. Yeah, I know that I am...
I'm gone.
I know I should not have to shout because, you know, I am lowering the volume of the game and the desktop sounds that I'm sending to you, so you hear less than I do. So I don't necessarily have to hear myself very well for you to hear me very well. I just have to get out of that mentality. Okay. So now, I wonder if we can enter the mortuary again.
All right.
Well, let's go.
Hey,
Hey, Emelanduil, hello.
Hey,
Ooh, Sargeras, that is high. That is pretty high. Nice one. But it was not your first roll, so it's not recorded.
It's an emotional thing. Don't try to understand.
Record.
All right.
That's crazy. Everyone is rolling low except Nebuka. Nebuka rolls like a boss. Frightened Hive Dweller. You see a man in tattered clothing. As you approach him, he suddenly stops and begins to look around, frightened. Greetings. The man looks startled, then takes a step back. Hey, what do you want, Inkata? His voice is shaky, and he seems taken aback by your scars. I have nothing on me, says I don't, and my rags are not worth the trouble. Calm yourself, I'm not here to rob you. I had some questions. He keeps a safe distance, and his eyes dart from side to side, as if expecting something to step out of the shadows. Questions, he said, and what might those questions be? Can you tell me about this city? What do you want to know about Sigil then? What is this city? What is this place? The city of doors, the cage, place where all doors lead to and from. Center of the plains and gets most of the backwash from all places too. Some say this is where everybody ends up at one point or another. City of doors? Yeah, you see, Kata, the cities. He frowns as if struggling with the words. The city's got a batch of doors scattered through in. You see the doors? He frowns again, then sighs. The doors? Let me rattle my bond box with a little more sense. You see, there's doors all over Sigil, but they don't always look like doors. They're more like portals, see? And they can be just about anything. A window frame, a picture frame, an archway, a barrel hoop, a space between a table's legs, or a statue's legs. And you are saying all of these things are doors. He frowns again. Doors, portals can be anything that's closed on all sides. It's hard to tell where they are. Unless you got the key to the door. That how you get here, Kata? Through a door? So the name of the city was never translated in the Polish version. So you expect me to read it. Sigil. Sigil. I sometimes do read it Sigil. But usually by mistake. Because I think it was Matt Mercer who pronounced it Sigil in some of his games. And I remember there was a discussion about it. I don't think either of them are wrong, but I think Sigil is way more common, right? What are these keys you mentioned? Even H thought that the key, which makes it open, see? Most times you won't even know a door's around you unless you got the key. Then the door opens and you can step through and take your chances. Trick is, you know how I was saying the doors can be anything? Well, so can keys. They could be a tune you hum to yourself near the door. A thought you be having about pastries. Or a little trick you do. Maybe the key's an object, like a piece of glass, or a cobblestone, or a broken tooth. Anything. Cobblestone, okay. Sounds pretty confusing. Before you ask if I came through one of these doors, what made you say that? Eh, well, you don't act like you're from around Sigil, see? I got some other questions for you. Can you tell me about these slums? Eh, he looks at you warily, and his brow furrows in confusion. What you wanted to know about the hive, Kata? Why is it called the hive? He looks puzzled. I don't know. He looks frightened that he doesn't know the answer. Mess of streets, mess of people, mayhap. What's around here of interest? It depends. Depends on what you find interesting, Kata. I'm looking for someone named Farad. Name's not one I know, Kata. Who is he? He's a collector, I think. He thinks. Well, then he most likely has his keep in Rackpicker Square, then you might want to look there during the day. That is, not a nice place at night. Where is this Rackpicker Square located? It's a few blocks from here. Go west from the mortuary as far as you can go, and you'll run right into it. Careful when you're around there though, Kata. The collectors there don't always wait for a body to die before collecting on them, see? Got it, thanks. Can you tell me about the Lady of Fane? The Mistress of Sigil? You've not heard of her? You must be blessed or more you know little about Sigil indeed. He laughs weakly. Lady's word is love here in Sigil. Lady's word is love. Lady of love. He thinks for a moment. Except she don't say much. That silent she is actually. Some love. He looks at you warily. Don't want to be talking too much about her, Kata. You don't want to cross her shadow nor be singing her praises, alright? Now, let's say no more about it. Rotting your bomb box about lady is dim indeed. Never mind, farewell. Eh, he licks his lips as you turn to leave. Kata, you might think he studies you for a moment. You could spare a few coppers for a blood who helped you on your way. Not many there around here. Do that for a fella. Enough for a man to wet his tongue after all that talking, eh? No. Let's be generous. Give him 10 coppers. He glanced around to see if anyone saw the exchange, then tucks the jink in the folds of his robe. Thank you kindly, Kata. May the lady's shadow pass you by. Farewell. Hey, Vincino man, hello. Welcome, welcome. How are you?
Greetings, sire.
Like Abishai. Hello there. This black-scaled reptile towers to a height of 8 feet. Its great height, however, is offset by its thin snake-like frame. A long, prehensile tail drags behind it, and its leathery wings are hooked behind its back. A strong vinegary smell emanates from the creature, as well as a certain amount of heat. It seems to be ignoring you. Greetings.
doing? How you doing?
Doing great, that's good to hear. Whoa, Chief! Marta cuts in before you can speak to the creature. Bar that, you don't want to be rattling your bond box with any fiend on the street. Leave be. I want to ask it some questions. No, you don't. Marta glances at the creature, then turns back to you and lowers his voice to a whisper. They are touchy. Let's just go. I'll risk it. This black-scaled fiend towers to a height of 8 feet. How's everyone doing? I'm doing great, thank you. I'm trying to preserve my voice. I woke up with a throat ache today. I don't know if it's entirely because of playing Planescape Torment yesterday, but since there's a lot of reading, I'm trying to be more careful with... Okay, we read this. Greetings. The creature slowly turns its head down to look at you.
Hydrate.
Its scaled forehead wrinkles into a frown. Then it opens its mouth, giving a low, rasping hiss. You notice that the heat radiating from the creature begins to rise. Thank you, VF. I will speak with you for a moment. The creature opens its mouth, displaying a row of blackened fangs. Fire begins to dance around the shoulders and arms of the creature as it gives a long, low hiss. He's back. Tss. Creature roars and it launches itself at you. Defend yourself.
Yeah.
Marte,
right.
save me.
My bite's not working on this thing.
Target is immune to...
Hey.
No, okay. That sucks. That
My bite's
sucks.
not working on this thing.
I think we are going to die.
Damn. I'm hurt.
Talk about beating a dead horse.
Oh,
You know what? We are in mortuary.
stiff.
I will take
I'm
this
gone.
because there were a few things I realized I missed. Looking at the items we had, trying to decide which ones I should get rid of. We realized there are two things I missed in the mortuary yesterday. One of them, we might be out of luck.
I'm gone.
Yes, he does. Parrot, do you know which zombie worker it is that we used the scalpel on? Is it in the second floor? Because those ones did not respawn. No idea. Okay. It would be cool to not skip the content, but I think I'm out of luck with this one. More than likely it was one of the ones in the second floor. And they did not respawn. These ones respawn, but those do not. Which is fine. I mean, it's nothing important. It's just that I did not want to... I want to see as much content as I can in this game.
Done.
But none of them is anything game changer. The other is, I think, Tomb of Bona and Ash and these giant skeletons. Before you use a giant skeleton in an ornate bronze armor, the armor has been bolted onto the skeleton's frame, and a series of elaborate symbols have been carved across the breastplate. You wonder where the skeleton came from. You weren't aware they made humans synthesize. The huge blade in its hands looks like it weighs as much as a wagon cart. Examine the giant skeleton carefully. The skeleton's intricate bronze armor is riveted onto its ribcage and shoulder blades with a series of iron bolts. As you study the frame behind the armor, you notice the same iron bolts are set into the skeleton's shoulder, elbow, pelvic, and knee joints. A mass of thick leather cords and heavy knotted ropes run along the length of the skeleton's arms and legs, woven in such a pattern that they resemble muscles and tendons. Examine the armor. Despite the armor's obvious age, it looks well cared for. It shines brightly, and symbols engraved on the breastplate seem to flow in the firelight, shifting slightly whenever you try to focus on them. Study the symbols. Almost unconsciously, you let your gaze relax as you look at the symbols. After a moment, the symbols cease shifting and resolve into a trail of runes that run up and down the breastplate. Strangely enough, the interlocking patterns of runes reminds you of chains, and with that thought, you suddenly recall these runes are some sort of warding enchantment. You've been thinking, do I think that they could make a new Fallout entry back in the isometric perspective, or is it too late for that with the first person versions taking over? No, they can always make a new Fallout. In fact, there have been several Fallout spiritual successors made and being made. I think a new isometric Fallout would take off really well today. You know, we have the Atom RPG, we have there is one more that has come out that I don't remember the name of, and there are two more that are coming out. Encased, yes, Encased, exactly. That is the one I was forgetting. Prince Rabat, thank you, and welcome, good to see you. Well, yeah, Wasteland, obviously, it is already a franchise that has been there since even before Fallout, but what I mean to say is there are new Fallout-like games, isometric. I think one of them is called Broken Roads. Don't promote their bugs, we don't have to fixing them. Really? Wow, interesting. Are these in the Fallout universe? No, they are not in the Fallout universe. They are just very much like Fallout games. You know, post-apocalyptic turn-based combats, isometric RPGs. Atom RPG, I think, takes place in Russia and is very similar to Fallout. And Encased is also very good. I played the early access version of that. Then there is the, was it called Broken Roads? Let me make sure, because I am really excited about this game. I have been actually talking to Nebuka about that earlier, but I keep forgetting its name. Give me a moment. Yes, I think it's called Broken Roads, and it takes place in Australia. And it takes its main inspiration from Fallout 2 and Disco Elysium, but the developers have stated that it is more like Fallout 2 than Disco Elysium, so that is very, very exciting for me. I have played Under Rail a lot. I haven't finished it. I enjoyed it for what it is, but I think it lacks some direction. You know, main quest is very weak, if there is even a main quest. It's just a lot of exploration and side stuff. But it is a good game for sure. Study the runes, try and recall the enchantment. You study the pattern of runes as they weave their way across the breastplate. On its most basic level, the runes are a lesser armoring enchantment, but several skull-shaped runes and spherical tracings along the edges of the armor make you suspect several greater necromantic and warding enchantments are woven in as well. Touching the skeleton will most likely cause it to awaken and defend itself. See if you can dispel the enchantment somehow. Yeah, for sure. Human, do we think specifically Bethesda could... Oh, Bethesda? I don't know how it would work if Bethesda made an isometric Fallout game, because I honestly, personally do not trust them anymore. I don't think they would, and even if I did, I don't think they would get it right. If they got it right though, I think it could work. It would definitely work. I mean, if you are talking about the gamers today, I think a Fallout game like the original 1 and 2 would sell well. Definitely. See if you can dispel the enchantment somehow. You suspect that marring the rune pattern along the breastplate could unravel the enchantments, but it looks difficult. The pattern is complicated and scratching out the wrong portion could cause the skeleton to animate. Compare the pattern to the enchantments in the Tomb of Bone and Ash, see if you can determine how they can be broken. From what you can make out from the tomb, it seems the armoring enchantment applies only to the breastplate. Necromantic enchantment allows the skeleton to be raised, whereas the warding enchantment that gives the skeleton its limited awareness of its surroundings. You'd guess that if you were to mar the skeleton's wards, it would interpret it as an attack, unless you blinded it to your presence first. Okay, interesting. So how do we do this? We have to blind it first. So warding enchantments gives limited awareness. If we have to get rid of the warding enchantment first. So this one. Work is difficult and nerve-wracking at first, but slowly your mind begins to focus and runes begin to unravel beneath your attack. Within minutes, the giant skeleton has been stripped of the enchantments, binding it. It collapses, falling to the floor with a crash of bones and a heavy clanking noise. Damn pile of bones. You wait for a moment, but no one responds to the sounds. Moving quickly, you sift through the skeleton's parts on the floor. Most of it is too heavy or too old to be useful, but you discover a piece of the skeleton's breastplate with a majority of one of the broken enchantments engraved on it. You have a feeling that it could prove useful. Everybody hates AA Studios, lots of people still pre-purchase their stuff. I agree, Pencil. I completely agree that's the case. I have stopped playing any and every Bethesda, Blizzard and Electronic Arts games. I'm not paying money to them anymore. No matter how tempting the game might be, and I am already worried about Diablo 4 and Dragon Age 4. I don't want to pay for them. I feel I might be tempted for them though. But I don't want to, at a conscious level. So we got this Rune of Lesser Warding. Invokes armor, teaches user armor. It teaches a spell. Very good, okay. Can we do the same for these? You quickly rummage through the skeleton's remains and once again uncover a piece of skeleton's breastplate. Like the first, this one also has a fragment of his broken enchantment engraved on it. It could prove useful. Rune of Armor. I'm so glad we came back here. When we realized that I was missing this with Parrot Wise, I said, well, it's no big deal, right? I'm not worried about it. We can just skip. But it turns out it is actually important to do what we are doing right now. We are getting so much. You quickly rummage through the skeleton's remains and once again uncover a piece of skeleton's breastplate. Like the first, okay. Great rewarding. Convince yourself that you'll give Diablo 4 a chance. If that turns out to be a disappointment, you might also join my Blizzard avoidance bandwagon. Yeah, Diablo 4 might be a good game. That doesn't make Blizzard a good company and worth paying money to, any amount of money to. Rune of Shielding. Invokes shields. Invokes Okay, 2 of them teach armor, 2 of them teach shield. Great rewarding, shielding, less rewarding. These 2 are armor, these 2 are shields. The only game you consider buying is the spiritual successor to one of your favorite JRPG series, Armed Fantasy. I don't know what that is. Blizzard is less a gaming company and more a manufacturer of absolute supreme game brags. Yes, that is what it became. I agree. And once you start to feel resistant and eventually immune to their game's effects, you understand that you've been kinda tricked and abused even. Maybe I'm exaggerating, but that's how I felt after quitting Hearthstone and Heroes of the Storm and World of Warcraft, all those Blizzard games. I realized that it was definitely like a drug, and I was definitely being abused. Your Rammstein concert ticket is right. Nice. Very nice. What did we say last time? I mean, we took the portal last time, but I think I will talk to... Understand that feeling, and they built quite an air of spirit around them. You felt betrayed when various abuse allegations surfaced. That is true, yeah. That is one of the things that made me kinda start considering what the heck Blizzard is becoming. You know, I used to be a huge fan of Blizzards since early 90s, from Warcraft days. And when some of the legendary designers or producers started leaving Blizzard, I thought, why? Why is this happening? Why are they leaving Blizzard? They used to be so good. And then all those allegations started surfacing, you know, letting workers go. Then we saw games like Diablo Immortal, etc. over the years. All sorts of bad shit we started witnessing. And I recognize what Blizzard for what it is. Only then. Back when our sound cards worked perfectly, yeah. Yeah, Pencil, exactly. Exactly. I can add a few more games to that, like Diablo 1, Diablo 2, original World of Warcraft. They were my life, basically. Nothing less than my life back in those years. That is true. Big publishers, big developers. Oh no, are we now enemies with the Abishai?
I'm gone.
Do we have to fight? If he gets close? Yes. Alright. We are not getting close. I need to find a shop.
I'm gone.
Every inch of this man's skin is covered in a web of black lines, it's as if some artist chose to accentuate every crease in his flesh with a quill pen. The overall effect is such that even when his face shows an expression, he appears to be frowning. His day here, you will be lurking for a good while. Alright, Gigi, no worries at all. Good luck with your work, and enjoy your lurk. Greetings. This one has a name. This one is called Paphyron. The man's voice is like a gong as he speaks. The lines on his face bend and settle into a series of spherical patterns. This one would know. Why would you address this one? I want to ask you some questions about the city. This one would have you know. This one cannot answer your questions. The lines on his face twist into angles, then split into a mass of scribbles. This one has only recently stepped foot in this place of walls. Alright then, but I have to ask you this. Why do those lines upon your face move? No, I said enjoy your lurk, not enjoy your work. But, I mean, good luck with your lurk and enjoy your work also. Why not? Still rhyme, that is true. There are a few words that would rhyme but would be probably insulting rather than, you know. Alright, Planescape, thanks for stopping by. Enjoy your day out. Whiskey day out, even if you don't drink. See you next time. No offense taken. The line shows anger. Do you take offense? The line slowly straightened, forming into gentle curves. No offense was meant. Will you accept the many apologies for this one? No offense taken. Why are you so angry? This one tells of event recent. Did you know this one was beset by 3? The 3 demanded an item of this one. This one feared an attack. What does this one do? This one surrendered the item. Well, you were right to be afraid. If there were 3, they might have killed you had you not given up the item. This one has been misunderstood. The lines on his face become angled, then smooth into curves again. This one did not fear being killed. This one feared killing the 3. Well, if you could have killed them, why didn't you let them? Why did you let them rob you? This one walks the path of a warrior. Many weapons have walked with this one. The fist, the blade, the stave, the hatchet, the smiter. These tools are all known to this one. That's not much of an explanation. Again, if you're a warrior with that much training, why let them rob you? This one is forbidden to attack. Lines ripple across his face as he speaks. If this one had struck all the 3 in anger, the vow of non-violence would be unmade. Vow of non-violence? You are a warrior and a pacifist? This one is unfamiliar with your speech. What is this pacifist? Never mind. Why did you train so much if you are not permitted to attack another? This one is of the order of arid age. We await the final days where all will be called to battle. The training and skills of this one, they are to be kept silent until then. In the meantime, you will let yourself be robbed in the streets without defending yourself? This one will clarify the item is of value. The discipline of the arid age is of greater value. Since you won't fight, any chance you could talk these thieves into returning your item? This one addresses the 3 thieves. What happens? The requests of this one are met with scorn. The 3 will not return the item. I could go see if I could get the item back for you. This one must ask, would you bring violence to the 3 that have robbed this one? Not if I can help it. This one fears, a message absent of violence will not be understood. The lines on the man's face form into a series of ellipses. This one is not opposed to you trying. Alright then, what is this item you've lost? The item is this, a rope of black and red prayer beads worn around the neck. The worth of these beads is not measured in copper. The worth of these beads is measured in faith. Alright then, I'll see if I can find this necklace. Do you know where these 3 dogs might be? This one knows where the angry words were traded and the item is lost, by the bar that burns inside. The 3 were outside that place, dressed in black and red. 3 robbers, dressed in red and black, outside a bar that burns on the inside. That can't be too hard to find. Farewell.
Updated my journal.
No. Stop. Stop. No, is this coming at us? Dude, what? How are we going to get rid of that? You see a shady-looking fellow standing before you, picking his teeth with what appears to be a tiny metal fork. The bar is supposed to be burning inside. Yes. They didn't have AC back then. You see a shady-looking fellow standing before you, picking his teeth with what appears to be a tiny metal fork. His chest is covered by patchwork armor adorned with large spikes, and a long knife hangs at his side. You notice he is missing his right ear. Greetings.
Updated my journal.
He regards you coolly from the shadows, as if sizing you up. I said G-R-E... I said greetings. What's the matter? Your other ear not working? No. I had some questions for you. The one-eared tiefling skulls at you threateningly. Back off, Burke, or I'll have your guts for garters. Ignore his threats and walk away. If it's garters you're after, I just happen to have a pair. Your mother left them in my bed last night. Yeah, sure do have a sharp tongue, Bark. I think I'll cut it out and feed it to you. He lunges at you, his knife leading the way. Why did we have to kill him?
All right.
Oh,
What's up?
can we kill this, maybe?
Your sheer ugliness stabs pain into my eye. Bite's not working on this
Immune.
thing. Bite's not working on this thing. Bite's not working on this thing. Bite's not working on this thing.
Uh-oh. Oh, rack pickers, we are there.
Done.
Hey, Legion Grey. Hello. Good to see you. Wait, did I
Greetings, sire.
do a good thing killing the one-eared guy? I'm not so sure. I think I will load. No, did I save here last? Oh, it's all because of that Abishai. How are you, Legion? It's great to see you.
I'm gone.
Let's talk to this guy again.
Updated my journal.
Okay, we saved. Yes. Why did I kill the one-eared man? He attacked me after I insulted him.
Updated my journal.
I had some questions for you. Ignore his threats and walk away. Okay. Let's not kill him. I should pet it. I should pet the Abishai. The man is draped in filthy, tattered brown robes, a long hood concealing most of his face from view. Greetings. You see his eyes narrow beneath his hood, and he takes a step back. What do you want? I have some questions. He raises an eyebrow. I have some for you then. Like, what did you want to know, and how badly did you want to know it? I'm looking for a man named Farad. I updated your journal. Yeah. That's how we all should say it. The Kranji Kata, I don't make enough jinx to go lighten up the dark for nothing. I'll take a bit of coin, it will, if you want the chance. Come now, don't be shy. Okay. Hand him a couple coins. He scoffs. Even Dusty's pay more than that, Kata. You must not need to know much or anything. Throw him 5 coppers. He studies the coins for a moment as they lay in his hands. Eh? He pokes down sweetly. Ask. I'm looking for a man named Farad. He narrows his eyes suddenly. Farad? What about him? You seem suddenly very why? Farad, He spits, sneering contemptuously. Rackpicker Square is his share graves, me boss territory, you see. Farad and his dogs came in a while back and tried to oust us. We fought them off, we did. So as they are all in hiding somewhere now, we still catch one of his lads now and then around the square. Usually we turn them into a quick spot or jinx at the mortuary, the pike and sods. Tell me about Sharegrave. He's me boss, casts a shadow over the whole mess of collectors, he does. I stay away from him unless he guts right. Good. Cause to talk to the man. Unless you got right good. Cause to talk to the... Oh. So you got a good reason to talk to the man, okay. I've never spoken with him personally myself. Do you know where Farad is? I know where the rat bastard isn't. He ain't where the monster and the collector's skull keep in Rackpicker Square. But that he's close by there somewhere, the chance. Tell me about collectors. We make our living by dragging debtors off the sigil spheres and hauling their lead body masses in the mortuary. Not the best way to earn a living, but it's a start. Is that all you want to know, Cutter? He looks at you oddly. That's all I wish to know. Farewell. Keep yourself safe, Cutter. If I find you on the streets, I'll be kind to your corpse. This loud, grimy fellow saunters up to you and gives a quick bow. Greetings, Cutter. Only a single copper for me services. A tout. What can I lead theater? What's a tout? The man raises an eyebrow, then shrugs. A guide, Cutter. I points out what she needs to find around this part of the hive. Alright, here's a copper piece. The man palms the coin and bows. This part of the hive has gates leading east, north, and southwest. Locations on odd include the flop house, where a weary blood can get some rest. Where's the flop house? Right in the middle of this part of the hive, Cutter. A long and narrow building whose door faces southeast. A good place to call keep for a night if you are feeling beat. Where's the north gate lead? It leads to Rackpicker's Square, Cutter, where all the collectors call keep. Where does the east gate lead? To another part of the hive, Cutter. The mortuary there. And the gathering dust bar too, where the dustmen like to drink. There's a mausoleum and the big dustman memorial there as well. Where's the southwest gate lead? There's another part of the hive, Cutter. The office for vermin and disease control is there, and the large market. Oh, market! Okay, that's what we need. That's all I wish to know. Farewell. No, dude! What the heck? Leave me alone, you maniac. Bye. You cannot run, but I can. Ha 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 ha. Ho 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 ho. This man appears less dour and wary of passers-by than the people around him. He moves with an upbeat gait, casually scanning the ground to either side of him as he goes. As you approach him, he nods a friendly greeting. Greetings. Hello, Cutter. Say, you seen any debtors about? None nearby, no. I had some questions. Too bad, he shrugs. Had some questions, did you? Ask away then. What are you looking for? Debtors, of course. Don't you recognize the robes of a collector? He grabs a hold of the cloth and holds it to you for inspection. Oh no. Aye, collectors. He indicates his ragged brown robes. These here are a collector's robes. Cutter, any poor sod you see wearing these, me for instance, is most likely looking for debtors' bodies to sell at the mortuary. He shrugs. Whatever it takes to get by in the high, right? Haha. Embrace the eternity. Why do the collectors work together? He laughs heartily. Hells no, we all dress the same, but there's only so many debtors to go around. We band up usually, and compete in bands, packs, gangs, whatever he likes to call them, are not too friendly with one another. Are there rival packs of collectors near here? He nods. Sure as sigils round. Most collectors in the hive call keep in Rackpicker's Square. A dump just north of here, through the large gate. It's mostly run by Sharegrave's laddos now, since we fought most of Farah's boys off. Tell me about Sharegrave. Sharegrave, he's my boss. I never speak with him though. Never even seen him too close like. Keeps to himself mostly and runs things through a few underlings. You can find him in his case at Rackpicker's Square, but I'd stay away unless you got good reason to talk to him. He's a bit peary at strangers, he is. Tell me about Ferret. Don't know much about the man myself. He spent all the time fighting his boys, but they've all suddenly disappeared, along with Ferret. We still catch the occasional straggler in Rackpicker's Square, but we've no idea where the rest are hiding at. Does he have many men left? He's a lad or younger or older than a boyo. Who knows? These are the questions that mankind has not yet found answers to. He must, cause we hear his lot's been real successful of late, finding lots of debtors, making lots of jink at the dusties at the mortuary. Don't know how either, as we've been having trouble finding corpses of late. Why does the mortuary pay for the corpses? Keeps the streaks at a high, a bit cleaner I guess, keeps plague from spreading and the like. Though the dusties like to keep the dead in their place too. Seeing to it they all get properly buried, melted down and whatnot. Part of their beliefs and such.
Aha!
Never mind, farewell. Oh, look at that. Magic 8 Ball solving one of the greatest mysteries of humankind. You see the tall figure of a creature standing before you. The lower portion of his body resembles that of a goat. However, just above its powerful forelegs, its shape takes on a more human appearance, with a man's torso, arms, and head, all of which are covered in polished armor. The creature's eyes are closed and it appears to be sleeping. Greetings. The creature snores briefly, but its eyes remain shut. Apparently, it's not a light sleeper. Let the creature sleep.
All right.
That was a meaningful answer. You see an aging man, soiled and tattered clothes, frantically pacing in the corner. His shock of filthy white hair sticks out in every direction, and his face, encrusted with dirt and streaks of dried blood, is covered with grey stubble. Every few seconds he stops pacing and flails about suddenly, muttering and cursing as if assaulted by some unseen foe. He does not seem to notice your approach. Greetings. At the sound of your voice, the old Dune whirls about to face you, his wide, staring eyes bulging in their sockets. He regards you for a brief moment, then returns to his raving. No, 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 it's not you. Ho ho! But soon, yes, soon. Who are you talking to? The old man seems oblivious to your presence. Ho ho ho! You'll come, yes, you'll come, and old Nestor will be waiting. Are you alright? No! Nestor's face turns beet red and his whole body shakes in protest. My fork! Can't even live without my fork! Ho ho! Fork, fork, fork! Your fork? Fork, fork, fork! Can't go home without my fork. Nestor's friend reaches a violent crescendo. He begins hopping up and down maniacally, then suddenly stops, lowers his head, and runs headlong into a large wooden cupboard that stands against the back wall of the flophouse. The force of the impact knocks the old man flat on his back. After a few seconds, he stands back up, a dazed expression on his face. Gone, stolen, can't go home without my fork. Ask him about spoons and send him over the edge. But there is no spoon, yeah. Stolen, you say? Who took your fork? Nestor stares at you for a long moment, then begins rummaging through the pockets of his filthy tunic. After a few seconds, he produces what appears to be a dismembered ear. Judging by the stench and color of the ear, you'd wager that the old Dune has been toting it around in his pocket for some time. You have my fork, don't you? Don't you? He holds the ear close as he's speaking to it. Bring back my fork. Maybe I can help you. Waiting! Ho! He shakes the ear violently as he shouts into it. Until you bring it back, then I can go home. Right, I'll try to find your fork then. Farewell.
Updated my journal.
Who is Arlo? You see a short, balding man standing in what serves as the foyer to this ramshackle flophouse. His bushy brows are furrowed in concentration as he peeks at what appear to be scabs on his large, bulbous nose. Greetings. The man doesn't bother to look up. Instead, he continues to stare cross-eyed down at his nose. Yeah? What do you want? I had some questions. Well, ain't that nice? He flashed a sarcastic yellow to the smile. And I'm sure you'll find your answers someday, but I've got me a business to run, so if you don't want to bet, I suggest you pike off. Hey, Daniel Berserk. Wow, why is the actual game so small and the rest dressed so big? Well, we can always zoom in if you want it. I'm just looking from high up. Yeah. Welcome. Is it a centaur? Almost. It's not a horseman, but it's a goatman. No. I mean, we are in the city area, and I was looking at a bigger area. Then I just entered this place, and we get this.
I'm gone.
Is this an RPG? Most definitely, it's an RPG. Yeah. If it's the best RPG in my opinion. No exaggeration there. So why are there dead limbs here? Your first impression of Mar is that he needs a long bath, preferably away from any creature that has any sense of smell. You can almost see the stench waft from his body in sinister yellow tendrils. He motions towards you frantically in an effort to get you to come over and talk
Your
to him.
sound card works perfectly.
Hey, thank you so much for the follow, Daniel Berserk. You like RPGs? Do you play RPGs? Approach this person and hear what he has to say. A look of excitement crosses his face as you approach. Thank you for stopping. My name is Mar, and I have a favor to ask of you. I'm listening. It's a matter of life and death. I must be delivering this here box, or it be me head for sure. It's my bad luck that I twisted me like something fierce. So will you help me out to deliver this here box for me? I'll deliver the box for you. Mar slowly takes out a small box from within the recesses of his ragged clothing. For the briefest of moments, you see a look of regret cross his face, then it's gone. As he looks at you and hands you the box, a slight shimmer surrounds the box as both you and Mar touch it. A sigh of relief is heard as Mar releases the box into your care. What now? This may need to be delivered to Quatra. He can usually be found somewhere down in the southeastern section of the hive. Oh, and unless you try to say I didn't warn you, whatever happens, do not open the box. And don't leave the hive with the box. Now, be off with you. You love RPGs, you grew up with them but never seen this one. You grew up mostly on console RPGs, Final Fantasy, Dragon Warrior, Chrono Trigger, Lunar. I understand, yeah. And that is the side of RPGs that I have not experienced. I have mostly played these computer RPGs, and I can say this is easily the best RPG in my opinion. Kafka, yes. I'll be back when I deliver the box. Farewell.
Updated my journal.
Of course we are going to save and open the box. This appears to be a small wooden box, intricate designs etched in gold adorn the box. At one time this box would have been worthy enough to be displayed at any aristocrat's estate, however years of neglect have taken their toll and it appears to be falling apart. If not for the large ruby mounted on the front of the box, it would be worthless. The link of dread seems to emanate from the box. Is it Pandora's box? You see a well-crafted ornate box with a large red gem mounted on the face of the box. Feelings of dread seem to emanate from it. Open the box. So, Moridor's ruby. This is a fairly large ruby recovered from Moridor's box. Gems of this quality are valued by practitioners of the art as a component for various spells. So what happened? We opened it, nothing happened, but something's going to happen. Nothing happened when we became a disciple of Eoskar, but then, when we left the map, we were amazed. Oh no! He's coming again. Okay, I'm not going to be opening this box.
Right.
Where is one eye? One ear? Oh wait! That was a different Black Abishai. I think. Well, we can kill this one.
You see that? You see that?
Is it always the same monster?
Okay.
I'm gone.
Yes. It summons this thing. I mean, we can kill this and get XP, but I want to see what happens when we deliver the box first. Then we can make our decision. One-eared tiefling skulls at you threateningly. Pike of bark, or I'll have your guts for garters. You wouldn't have happened to have lost that ear while robbing an old man here in the hive. I don't know what you're talking about, Burke. He glares at you angrily. Now I suggest you get your mangled carcass out of my sight before I carve my name into ye. Look, why don't you come clean while you still have one good ear left? Yeah, sure, do have a sharp tongue, Bucky.
All right.
Damn it.
Come on, Marte, do better. Do better, dudes.
I'm gone.
Blathering idiot.
No! Go away! I don't want to talk to you.
I'm gone.
So what portal does the fork open? Something here? Oh, we cannot open it. Why not? Maybe it needs a special gesture that the guy knows. Fork, fork, fork! Can't go on without my fork. Is this the fork you speak of? Nestor hastily scratches up the fork. My fork, 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 fork! Hoo-hoo! He hoops up and down excitedly, waving the fork back and forth in an elaborate pattern above his head as if he were performing some sort of ritual. Now I can go home. Farewell, hoo-hoo! Don't talk to you or your skull ever again. Farewell, Nestor. Nestor turns to leave, then, as if struck by some afterthought, he turns back around and hands you a scrap of something soft and rubbery. The severed ear. Upon closer examination, you notice that there's an earring still dangling from it. Pocket the earring and discard the rotting piece of flesh.
Updated my journal.
Stealth bonus. What am I going to do with stealth bonus? Okay, I have to go to the market. This is getting out of hand. Obviously, I can discard these pieces of trash, but... Oh, can we enter? Hey, Stealthy Golem, hello. It's great to see you. How are you today, Golem?
I'm gone.
Are you missing this? Are you missing this game?
Greetings, sire.
Are you missing endless amounts of reading? Your voice acting was really enjoyable while watching this. Acting. Did I say voice actor? I meant voice acting. You came to listen to a story. Well, good.
All right.
Let's talk to the young, angry guy. You see a man in old and tattered clothes. As you approach him, he makes a detour to avoid you and keeps walking. Greetings. The man ignores you, begins to walk faster. Sir? He turns, glancing briefly to the right and left of you, as if looking to see if you have any friends with you. He draws a dagger. It best leave me be, or you'll be wearing this steel between your ribs. Calm down, I just had some questions. He scoffs. I'm sure you do, but I have no answers for the likes of you. Piss off. Farewell, then. You are lurking. Oh, in Stealthy Golem stream. You see a man in tattered clothing. As you approach him, he suddenly stops and begins to look around, frightened. Greetings. The man looks startled, then takes a step back. Hey, what you wanting? Okay, this is the same. The same frightened hive dweller dialogue that we had in the earlier map. Raskin's Keep, hive dwelling. Let's go here. Not that complicated, just a bunch of simple features slapped together. Easy to grasp, hard to remember, to do everything. Raskin.
All right.
In a loud booming voice, Braskin asks, "What in the name of the abyss are you doing in my house? Leave now, before I make you even more ugly than you already are." Farewell. Wow, we couldn't even come up with a witty response. The guy was so
All right.
scary and imposing, I guess.
Done.
You see a pale man standing in the middle of the room. He is hunched over and doesn't look well. Greetings. I feel terrible. What happened? I'm not sure, but I think a bit of rest will do me good. Can you please leave me alone? Very well. Okay. Nobody likes us.
All right. All right.
Hey. Oh. Never mind. I'm not going to
Done.
kill an innocent for 8 coppers. You see a plump woman going after her chores. She doesn't notice you entering the room. Greetings. What are you doing in my house? Don't you have any manners? You just don't go around entering people's houses. I'm sorry, I didn't know anyone lived here. Well, now you know. Please leave now and close the door on your way out. I have many chores I still need to finish and I don't need any more interruptions. Farewell. Okay.
Done.
5 merchants. Rags. Well, at least there are some merchants. Let's try to sell stuff. This older merchant has a worldly look to him. His deep voice is gentle but confident. Ah, hello there. Are you ready to sample some of the most delectable treats from across the plains, my good man? How do you get points for your name? You don't, you have to roll for it. Have you rolled today? I don't think you have. Why don't you try rolling? What do you have? All manner of delicacies to delight your palates. Palates, my good man. Arborean fire seeds, garbar root, Elysian pears, crimson lotus petals, Bitopian shepherd's bread, shift spice from the chaos of limbo, and sea plums are what I have at the moment. Merely 5 coppers for a taste of anything you'd like. Ask about something's taste. Ooh. What do the fire seeds taste like? I can only suggest that you try it, my good man, and see for yourself. Actually, I had some questions. He shakes his head. Then I advise you to seek answers elsewhere, sir. I deal only in exotic foodstuffs, spices and herbs, and have time nor care for little else. In that case, what do you have? Purchase something. I'm not going to purchase these. I don't even have space in my inventory. But then again, they might...
You two will be nothing but a footnote in the annals of my achievements.
They might remind me something, right? Maybe we buy all of them. How much money do we have? We have a lot of money. Let's buy all of them. I'll try some fire seeds. Don't swallow them, simply spit them out when they've finished tingling. He smiles and offers you a handful of small red seeds. Pop them into your mouth. The seeds, sweet and tasting faintly of cinnamon, becomes warm and tingle in your mouth. It takes a moment for you to realize that they've actually burst into flame. Soon, however, the sensation dies out and you spit them out in the gutter. Let me try something else. I'll try a garbar root. He offers a small brown cube of what looks to be rubbery vegetable matter. It's quite chewy. Do not swallow it, but spit it out when it no longer has taste. Pop it in your mouth. The root, initially quite hard and difficult to chew, has a sweet, syrupy taste. Soon it becomes soft and gummy, and you find yourself merely smacking away. Eventually, though, the flavor dies off, and you spit the gooey, brown wad into the gutter. I'll try a pear. He proffers you with the largest, juicy-looking pear you've ever laid eyes on. These are my favorites, the old merchant chuckles. So sweet, reminds me of my youth. Eat the pear. There's nothing supernatural about this pear's flavor, but it may well be the best you ever had. I'll try some petals. The old man offers what looks like small, brownish red flakes. Upon closer inspection, they are revealed to be dried flower petals. These may make you a bit dizzy, my good man, so take care once you've eaten them. Why is that even? Pop them into your mouth. The petals melt quickly on your tongue, leaving behind an odd but not quite unpleasant aftertaste that you can't place. Despite the old merchant's warning, however, you don't feel the slightest bit disoriented. He seems slightly disappointed to see it has no effect on you. I'll try some bread. He offers you 2 thick slices of spiced nut bread. They are very aromatic, smelling of carrots and almonds. Eat the bread. The bread tastes much as you had expected of carrots and almonds. It's slightly sweet and light, leaving you hungry for more of the stuff. I'll try the shift spice. He dangles a tiny paper packet before you. Wet your fingertip and place it into the spice, then simply lick it from your finger. Each dip should taste slightly different. Try some. You finish off the entire packet in a matter of 9 or 10 licks. As promised, each taste provided you a different flavor. I'll try a sea plum. He hands you a small plum of an odd blue-green color. Don't worry, they are pitless. Eat the whole of it. The plum's rind is slightly bitter and extremely sour, enough to make one grimace and shudder. But the fruit's meat is remarkably sweet. Eaten together, they complement each other well. Wow, actually no memories were unlocked. I expected at least some memories to be unlocked with the taste. Nothing for me actually, I had some questions. Farewell. You see a spindly-looking merchant with a brush of grey and red stubble across his chin. He wears several layers of brightly colored robes, so much so that he looks like a flag with arms and legs. He's shaking slightly as you watch. Greetings. Giscarl. He bows and spreads his trembling hands. As he does, you notice his hands and forearms are twisted mass of black scar tissue, as if they were once badly burned. How did you hurt your hands? Giscarl doesn't seem to have hurt you. He answers only with his spiel, delivered in the same flat monotone. Giscarl buy cloth, sell cloth, wash cloth, mend cloth, and he gestures at his layers of clothing with his shaking hands. Wear cloth. Can I see what you have? Interesting, he buys these. Why would we sell the mage stuff to him? At least we got rid of the tome. We also want to sell this, right? Probably. We will sell this, and that's all. And we will sell all of this.
Can't afford to get caught off guard, Cutter. We sell only top of the
Let's check these merchants. This star-faced old fellow appears to be selling various hand weapons. Come on over then. Come to see my place, have you? Yes, I have. Okay, we can sell some good stuff here. Mag's Guard. I think I will definitely keep this for when I get the mage class. Wow, it was definitely not worth keeping this. Wait, what am I doing? I guess I will give Marte what I want to keep rather than what I want to sell. Yeah, okay, this is good. Sledgehammer does look juicy. I am considering getting it identified, honestly. I will save and do that. But I don't think, I think only fighters will be able to wield sledgehammers. Yes, usable only by fighters. Look at that though, that's crazy damage. Oof. I mean, we can at least use it for now. Yeah, okay. Let's use it for now. Okay, he has nothing for us, right? Well, maybe he does. Battle Axe of Quality. He has no magical items. Antler Axe. Jagged Knife. It's trash. Yeah. High quality stiletto. I guess I don't have to worry about weapons. Should I sell this or would I give it to a thief companion? Even if I get a thief companion, I don't think if I will actively stealth with them. But let's keep it though. Not like we need money. Hey Fermata, hello. How are you today? It's great to see you.
Look here, the finest Toledo blaze.
Jump, Lim Lim, jump! The merchant seems to suddenly notice you. Oh, greetings. Would you like to purchase one of these playful, gamboling Lim Lims, my lord? Yes. A Lim Lim will provide its own food, eating insects, tiny rodents, and the like. They will follow you everywhere you go. Are easy to clean up after, are quiet, exercise themselves with their constant flipping about, and best of all, they leap over 15 feet when prodded with hot coals. One will only cost you about 40 coppers, my lord, a mere pittance for such an entertaining pet and friend. Marty, what do you think? Why not, boss? It'll be fun to kick around when we are done, right? Well, I can kick it vicariously through you at least. I want to see the 15-foot hot coal jump, too. I'll take one, merchant. Oh, nice, my lord. Here you are, my own Lim Lim. Hey, where's my Lim Lim? This is your pet Lim Lim. This is your pet Lim Lim. Noticing it has your attention, it chirps up at you lovingly. Pew! Examine your Lim Lim.
New critical hits boost. Fairmont
Hey.
TV just boosted Icewind Dale.
Lim Lim. But first, we've got Icewind Dale boosts. Thank you for the boost, Ramata. Lim Lim. Your Lim Lim appears both insect and animal in origin. Its legs are oversized, but its arms are small, nearly vestigial, and a brightly speckled half shell runs down its back. It sports twin pairs of insect-like wings, and it has tiny black eyes and a mouth that always appears to be smiling gleefully. Pet your Lim Lim. Pew pew! The Lim Lim squirms around merrily, its wings buzzing. It seems to enjoy the affection immensely. Pet your Lim Lim some more. Pew pew! The Lim Lim squirms around merrily, its wings buzzing. It seems to enjoy the affection immensely. Put your Lim Lim down to run around a bit. Where did it go? Come back here. Pick your Lim Lim back up. Alright, I don't know why we are carrying around a pet Lim Lim, but hopefully it will be useful at some point. Did we success? This toothless old crone reeks of fish and brine. Spying your approach, she gives you a wide pink smile. Fish, my child? Fish hats mayhap? What are you offering exactly? Why, fish, my silly child. Fish of all sorts. And fish hats for those too short of jink for the whole ones. Teeny tiny fish hats. Hee hee. Give me a weapon, sign up for the party. I mean, the Lim Lim we fought earlier, that was tough. I would like that one in my party. Where do the fish come from? Yeah, brought the sigil from all over the plains, my boy. Would you like some? I sell only the heads, should you be short on jink. I don't need fish, but I had some questions. She shakes her head, little wrinkled head. No answers have I, only fish. I'm no need for fish or their heads for that matter. Farewell. Did we talk to this merchant? This attractive young woman is smiling and beckoning to all passersby as she calls out the virtues of her goods. Plates, jugs, cups, tankards, drink from the goblets of the finest lords. Upon seeing you, she waves you over as if you were an acquaintance. Hey, Momus! Hello! Hello, Momus. Let's, How are you, Momus? Welcome. How did your Baldur's Gate run go? Welcome, welcome. Could we give a shout out to Momus? Thank you.
Bit like KOTOR, you're either going to kill that person or give them all your money. Nowhere in between. See, honestly though, Wars, I'd prefer that. I'd prefer that in this because that speaks to me a lot more. Because normally I do just want to kill people. That's
Baldur's Gate 1. Normally just want to kill people. So anyone who doesn't know Momus of your time, he's playing Baldur's Gate 2 right now. He also played Baldur's Gate 1 in the past. He mostly plays Souls-like games, but once in a while makes me exceptionally happy by playing some of the great RPGs. Also, great communities. Somewhat unfortunately, no, it was fine. It's how we all feel, right? Sometimes we just want to kill people. It's human. It's normal. The great community. Go give the channel a look and a follow. You definitely won't regret doing so. PG2 is going great. Not made it very far. I assume that is, but it's really good. It is really good, and it is a long game, so don't try to rush it. I would say. I mean, don't feel like you haven't made much progress. It will come eventually. It's very long. It took me, I don't know if you know, but it took me over 100 hours to play Baldur's Gate 2 and the expansion. It took me 100 hours and 51 minutes or something with my timer. So yeah, it is a very long game. Just savor it, it's great. I'm glad you're enjoying it. Did you get how far did you get? Where did you reach before ending today? You managed to get out of the first time. That's very normal. The first dungeon was my first stream also. Yeah, exactly. You had a rough time with PG2, but you think you'd love it much more the second time. You just got railroaded a bit hard without knowing what you were in for. Oh, I see. Yeah, definitely. Those games, going in blinds, you can miss and sometimes not enjoy most of what game offers. The second time, it will feel much easier and enjoyable at the same time. And it will definitely not take that long to play. How long did it take for you to finish Baldur's Gate 2, Golem? Do you remember? I tried to go for 100% or as much as I could get close to 100%. And I know I missed a few bits and pieces here and there. I missed the romance plots. I don't want to spoil much, but I did miss a few more side stuff. And I got some chat help about some things I might be missing. And with playing it like that, reading the dialogue and stuff, stream stuff, it took me over 100 hours. Welcome back, QP. You know exactly what I mean. You start actually playing D&D now, so you understand all of the stats much more. Yeah, that's true. Knowing the rules helps. Also, one of the biggest game changers in Baldur's Gate, especially the second Baldur's Gate, is buffing. Get used to buffing. I was joking around saying that 60 hours of the 100 hours was spent buffing, but it's actually pretty accurate. Not sure, probably 50 hours or something. After the big incident, you decided on mostly going for the ending. I understand. Okay. That is unfortunate because there is so much side stuff. So much you can see. If you ever have time, if you ever have time to play, maybe on your own, it doesn't have to be on stream. I would be happy if you discovered and explored all of that game, all that it can offer. As an RPG lover, I would love for you to see it fully. You tried to visit them earlier, got bopped. Okay. So, yeah. Anyway, thank you for the raid again, Momus. Thank you so much, and welcome, raiders. Thanks for staying after the raids. I appreciate it. I am Mitral. Chances are you have seen me in Momus' stream, or maybe you have come with another Momus raid before. But if it's your first time here, pleasure, Mitral. If it's your first time here, I'm primarily an RPG and adventure game streamer. We run this series called Critical Hits, where the community chooses which games I play by adding them to a list and then boosting them, giving them points, and trying to put them in top 4, and then voting on the top 4 when we are about to start a new game. And the game that wins the vote gets played. So basically, I don't choose the games I play when it comes to RPGs. It's the community does that for me, and I play what they choose. As for the adventures, I try to play mostly full series challenges. Right now, we are in the final game of Gabriel Knight. In the past, we played Monkey Island, Siberia, Broken Sword, and Quest for Glory. So Gabriel Knight is my 5th challenge, and I am not sure which series I'm going to play after this. Could be Blackwell, probably. We also play some one-off interlude games in between Critical Hits. We really enjoyed Neverhood on Wednesday, for example. So yeah, if you like adventures and RPGs, you might consider staying a while and listening, at least. Anyway, I hope you enjoy your time here. Let's go back. May I see what you're selling here? I sell plates, cups, jugs, tankers, cutlery, and the like, sir. All of quality, sir, the finest. She steps back and lifts the lid of the crate on the wagon behind her. Please look over my goods. Should you have any questions, feel free to ask. Step closer, examine the contents of the crate. You peer into the crate. It's full of plates, cups, jugs, tankers, cutlery, and the like. They look to be of varying degrees of quality, but some of it appears quite nice. As you are looking them over, she presses up against you. See anything you like, sir? Her long waving hair brushing against your shoulders smells faintly sweet, like vanilla. Sorry to raid and run. You streamed an hour longer than normal, and you need to head out before Miss Mama sends mercenaries to retrieve you. There is zero reason to be sorry about that. You know, I perfectly understand. It's no worries at all. Thank you so much for stopping by and raiding and saying hi, Moms. I really appreciate it. Hello, Irish Pooh Hair. Moms raid, exactly. Welcome. Hopefully see you next time, Momus, either here or on your channel. Where does this all come from? You hate adventures and RPGs. You are just waiting for Mitral LARPer stream. LARPer stream? Now that would be something. But first, I would like to watch your LARPer streams to get some inspirations, you know? If I could see you LARP around Legion Grey, maybe I will be inspired to do my own. Why not? Where does this all come from? She flashes a wicked grin. My lovers are all burglars, sir. These goods all pilfered through the homes of Sigil's nobles. Upon seeing her expression, she laughs sweetly. A jest, sir, merely. My father and brothers are thinkers. Sire. These are wares which are discarded from the nobles' manors and made good by them once more. I see. I had some questions. Oh, sir, but wait. She puts her hand on your forearm. Her touch is light as a feather. Are you sure there's nothing you need? Sure there's something for your home? Or a gift? She bites her lip coyly, cocking her head slightly. Well, that is a nice plate right there. What, sir, this one here? No, wait, this is ridiculous. I need no plates. I had questions. She looks so sad you are nearly stricken with guilt. Slowly, she lowers the lid of the crate. Sorry, sir, I have no time for questions. I must sell what I can before the day is done, for my family is large and hungry. I understand. Farewell. What the heck? We almost got charmed. You can't LARP too sexy. You're gonna get banned. You'd need to break the fourth wall and explain the presence of a magical picture box that transmits your place of existence. Exactly. See how they... Oh, back again, my lord. Just passing by. Farewell. So we have Kraduk here. I remember that name. And two more names. This container is locked.
Forced it.
I tell you what, Cutter, that'll do you your business.
Let's talk to this one. This grim-looking woman spares you only a brief glance before returning to her rant on top of the stage. She has a powerful voice that carries across the marketplace, even cutting through the noise made by the merchants and surrounding foot traffic. Leave her alone. You see a thin yellow-skinned humanoid covered with a variety of dazzling tattoos. His eyebrows have been accented with black charcoal lines, and his teeth are filed to points. He sees you and waves you over, rattling his dice in his hand. Greetings. He displays a feral, shark-toothed grin. His eyes are like shiny black orbs. His voice is low and raspy. Gaoha greets you as well. You have come to play a game, yes? Yes, I'll play. Gaoha, reaches into his tunic and pulls out a coin. This coin, your coin. He places it at your feet and pulls out another. This coin, Gaoha's. He places it at his own feet, then holds up 2 dice between his thumb and index finger. The dice, we both roll 1, yes. Go on. Boboha. You roll higher, both coins. He snatches the coins up from the ground and proffers them to you. Yours, Gaoha, roll higher. Roll higher? He quickly tucks the coppers back into his tunic. Mine, neither rolls higher. The coin stays for another roll. Another roll. So, how much coin will lie at your feet? 100,000 million copper commons. You both roll the dice until you roll higher. You pick up the coins and put them away. Gaoha nods, frowning. It's enough for now, but perhaps we shall play again later, you and I. Wait, is something wrong? Gaoha regards you closely for a moment, then nods. Never do I indulge in hashmass folly, never do I cheat human. But I see fortune, read it, know it in the face of a man. However, in you I see nothing. I know nothing. You have no luck, no fortune, neither good nor ill. Or you make your own, perhaps, I do not know. He places his dice back into his tunic. We might play later, perhaps, but no more this moment. Alright, farewell. He's a sore loser, chat. He's a sore loser. 1,000 million trillion, yes. You see a huge man watching the area with a tight-lipped frown and narrowed eyes. He is hunched slightly as if bearing a heavy load on his shoulders. The unpleasant smell of sweat and dirt wafts from his clothes. Greetings. The man glances down at you, and his frown deepens. Aye? What are you sniffing around here for? You Craddock? Mayhap. He studies your face as if trying to recall you. If I am, what be to ye? I come with a message from Bane the Sender. The message states, the shipment must be incursed by the 3rd day or there will be a penalty. By the hells, can they be such fools that they think we can miracle it there? I'll write down your message has found its way to the right ears for all the good it will do. What's the problem? Look around you. Craddock nods at the laborers in the marketplace, then scowls. These laggards and outfits can barely keep up with the load as it stands, and now it needs doing it in half time. Do you need help? I'll tell you what I need, all my men to show up for work. J-Lay's gone missing since this morn, and I need him back now. J-Lay? Where did he go? That hybrid goat is probably passed out on the street somewhere by the smoldering corpse where he should be here helping us, worthless sod. Oh, is it the sleeping goat man? At the previous map? I could go find him for you. Oh, you could you? Craddock squints at you. And now why would you do that? You need help, don't you? It doesn't sound like you can spare the time to go looking for him, and there's work to be done. Craddock is silent for a moment, then nods. Aye, you find J-Lay? You tell him to drag his worthless Barbary tonight here. I'll pay ye for your trouble. He frowns. When you find. Now get. You said he's likely by the smoldering corpse. Where's that?
Updated my journal.
It's south and east of here. Head through the southeast gate, then head east for about a block. It's got a mess of drunks outside. You can't miss it. J-Lay is most likely somewhere around there. Alright, I'll go look for him. Farewell. Oh, I just reached good alignment. I think I remember wrong. It's not the sleeping goat man. at the flop house.
Most good.
But I will look.
Done.
Oh, do you think I can hit the Abishai with this weapon? No, it was Bariator. Yeah.
All right.
Okay, let's try. Oof. Whoa, 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 stop. Okay, let's try this like with some amount of strategy at least.
Mike's not working on this thing. Mike's not working on this thing.
Yes, we can deal damage.
Mike's not working on this thing. Mike's not working on this thing. Mike's not working on this thing. Mike's not working on this thing.
Is it? What is it?
Mike's not working on this thing.
You have to go dark mode. No worries, VF.
Mike's not working on this thing.
No worries at all, VF. Hopefully I will see you. No! VF, you killed me, VF. How dare you, Lurk? I died because of you. Hopefully see you soon, VF. Take care.
Mike's not working on this thing. Mike's not working on this thing. Mike's not working on this thing. Mike's not working on this thing.
Okay.
Mike's not working on this thing.
Come on.
Working on this thing.
All right.
Mike's not working on this thing. Mike's not
Maybe
working
if
on
I...
this thing.
Die.
Oof. Look at that crit. Badly injured. No, now we've got a thug also.
Damn.
No.
I'm gone. All right.
Well, the haste wore off at least.
She has the personality of a Mike's not working on this thing. My jaw is hanging on by a thread, but Mike's not working on this thing. Mike's not working on this
Barely
thing.
injured. Badly injured. I thought it said barely injured.
Good as done.
No, 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 no.
Sure, why not?
Oh. I think the AI is confused. Is that character voiced by Rob Paulson? Oh, I don't know voice actors. I always respect people who get it right by hearing. So good job. 7,000 experience. I think that was worth it. That was most definitely worth it.
All right.
Let's kill another.
I'm gone.
Does it smell like cheese? Cheese, please. I'm not going to give you 5 coppers.
Done. Done.
Where's the messenger? Were you successful in finding Craddock, good sir? Yes, I passed along your message, although it didn't seem to please many.
Updated my journal.
Bane doesn't seem to have heard any word after yes, for he smiles and heaves a sigh of relief. Good fortune indeed. Thank you, good sir, thank you. He reaches into his robe and pulls forward a handful of coppers, which he counts out and hands to you. 30 comes for delivering a message, eh? Fair enough. Oh, more than fair, good sir, more than fair. I can say without hesitation that there is no finer profession in all sigil than that of a runner for the House of Sanders. I'll keep that in mind. Farewell, Bane.
right.
Okay. Here.
Done.
Be right back.
See you in a bit, Parrot.
Here you go, Cutter. She's all yours.
Okay, let's go this way. Crier of Esanon. You shall be lurking too. Hope it doesn't kill you. I hope not. Thank you so much, Pharma, for stopping by and lurking. I really appreciate it. I will see you next time. For sure. Streams of tears have carved channels down this man's dust-covered face. He looks to be a monk or a holy man of some sort, but the dirt covering his body makes it nearly impossible to see the man beneath. He is chanting and rolling his head back and forth. It looks like some sort of ritual. Greetings. The man stops his frenzied chanting and glares at you with his tear-rimmed eyes. He opens his parched mouth to speak, but all he can manage is a withered croak. What's wrong? Why are you crying? His voice is so hoarse that it sounds like he has been without water for days. As you watch, a tear trickles down his face. I am a crier of Esanon. Esanon? Esanon? Who is that? You take care as well.
Updated my journal.
Who is Esanon? The man throws back his head and gives a rasping laugh, but it sounds brutal and defeated. Esanon, it's not a man, but a city. Why do you cry for a city? We cry its name because Esanon must not be forgotten. All the criers of Esanon carry this burden. You mourn a city? Why do you do such a thing? Because its name is all that remains, its avenues of light, its great spiraling parks. When it was laid waste and reduced to memory, only 70 of its people survived. It was our duty to see its name once remembered across the plains. Many criers of Esanon have died for the sake of remembering. Many. If it places you and others at risk, why don't you stop? The tears I shed, the dust that cloaks me, these things are as nothing compared to what awaits should I give up my sacred burden. We must see to it that its name is remembered. We are living memorials to its passage. If that's so, then what happens if you all die? A fresh tear springs to the crier's eye. Even his dust-caked face cannot disguise his look of despair. I do not know. We criers of Esanon cannot mourn it forever. Even now, the dust clings to our robes, the spit dries in our mouths, our bodies wither and die. Is there any way I can help you? You are kind to ask, the crier shakes his head. Unless you can immortalize Esanon, there is no way to be had. Must it be immortalized by a man? Would a tombstone serve? The crier blinks. Tombstone? It's a stone that records a man's name, his life, and the eulogy. What's happening? Bobo Police is short for Espanol Anonymous, a group of folks who are addicted to speaking Spanish. What? What are you talking about? Oh. It's a no. Sure, I'm sure it's what the developers had in mind. It's a stone that records a man's name, his life, and the eulogy. If it serves a man, could it also not serve a city that has died? Stones may do such things. Yes, and their lifetime is much longer than a man's. If its name was carved on stone, would Esanon memory be served? The man pauses. Would others see this name? Yes, it would be there for all to see long after you have died. The man nods. If a such thing were possible, he turns to you. Where would one find such a stone? In exchange for some coppers, I could go seek a tombstone and have Esanon's name carved upon it. You would do this? The man's eyes water up again. you would be setting all the criers of As-Anon free. But 3 score of us remain. The burden of remembering would be over after so many years. And all you would ask is some copper in return? Yes. No, never mind, I'll do it for free. I will return when the name is carved. I know what I'm going to do. I know. But not because I'm very smart. It's because I remember this quest.
Can't afford to get cut off.
I just want to check something first. Yes, as I asked. As I guessed. What am I saying? I didn't think these would be respawned though. Well, it's fine.
I'm gone.
How many of them are there?
Done.
Greetings. Name. I'd like to bury a name. Costs Jinx to bury a name. 3 coppers, 3. As-Anon.
Updated my journal.
The coppers fall into that of Name's hands and he tucks his arm back to his side. His eyes, now suddenly alive, roll to the back of his head, then snap forward and begin scanning the monolith on the walls of the memorial area. He catches sight of a spot on the wall and he quickly scuttles over to it, hunches down, then begins to chip at the wall. He stops a few moments later, hops up, then returns to you. Buried. The word has a finality about it that makes you uncomfortable. Or finality. Thank you. Farewell. Hey, parrots. Welcome. Let's put you here. This is vendor trash.
Damn.
Stop running. Come on.
Damn it.
All right.
Stop. Hey, Johnny. Ba-bum. Hello, Johnny. How are you? It's been a while. It's been a while. We miss you, dude. Happy Friday. I'm very well, thank you. How are you? You see the crier of As-Anon. He still emits choked sobs as he chants the dead city's name, and tears roll down his cheeks. I've seen to it that As-Anon's name has been remembered. It lies carved upon the black stone monument outside of the mortuary.
Updated my journal.
Suddenly, there is a brief whisper in the air, and the man's eyes dry. One of the tears that ran on his cheek simply vanishes. Then As-Anon is served. I will tell my fellow criers of the stone you have described. You have my gratitude. You are gonna be streaming soon? Today maybe, or tomorrow? Johnny? It was nothing. Farewell. I hope you and your brothers spend the rest of your days peacefully.
Done.
Come on in, Basher. We have the best blades in town.
What? Super sick to super busy than just super tired. Well, we need you at your super streaming mode. Hopefully soon. Yes, normal server share resume this evening. Perfect. I cannot wait for it. I cannot wait for it. What are you gonna be playing? Which game will you pick up after your kind of a break? Exactly, super welcome back. It's great to see you. This broad-shouldered woman is shuffling about amongst the huge beams lying on the street. She kicks at the beams with iron-shod boots. Every once in a while, she bends down and wrenches a nail from one of the boards with her bare hands. She holds each one up, appraising it, then drops it into a leather sling bag. You don't know yet, alright. Whatever you feel like it at that moment, I guess. It's fair. Greetings. She straightens up. Thank you. Hearing your approach, she's smiling politely, but from her stance and the way her hand rests close to the hilt of her weapon, you can tell she's ready for trouble. You notice one of her eyes has a milky film over it. That's close enough there, Cutter. What do you need from me? I had some questions. She nods. Ask away then. Who are you? She pulls 3 nails from her sling bag, tossing them spinning into the air and catching them in her palm. Iron nails.
Marmalade.
Hey, Johnny!
Johnny_Isle is still here after 6 months, and
Johnny
has just resubscribed. I'm 60 and I know it.
What are you doing here after 6 months? Are you not bored yet? Thank you so much for the resub, my friend. I appreciate it. You are 60 and you know it. Yes, you are definitely 60. It is crazy, I know. How did that happen? I appreciate it, thank you. Why are you collecting the nails? I sell them to a man named Hammers in the lower ward, maker of coffins. Tell me more of this Hammers. There's not much to say. He's a bit chatty. He'll rattle his bone box till you're barmy if you let him, but a fair bargainer. He needs the nails, I need the jink, and that's about as far as it goes. Where is the lower ward? I used to know the way. I did, but the dabbles have changed the streets round again. Don't know how to get there now. I'll need to chart a new path, but I figure the dabbles will straighten things out eventually. Is it Dabus or is it maybe Dabu? Like debut? Dabu? Or the bus? Is it the bus? Don't ask me which bus, I'm not going to say. How does anyone else here scavenge nails? She grins and shakes her head. No one was clever enough or had the will to do it before me, and I've showed off anyone who's tried to job me claim since. She passed a long-bladed dagger hanging at her side lovingly. Tabas. Your claim? Aye, that's what I call it. Honest labor is hard to come by in the hive, and I'm not about to let some sodden piker peel me off me work. I've seen more than one burg running and holding their guts in, or off with the collectors, if they were unlucky. Or that eye gleams maliciously. The hive knows this what is iron nails, it does. Iron nails, it does. Is that how your eye was ruined? Is it Nulls or Nails? Nulls, I guess. Nulls' face turns hard. None of your business, Bark. Why? Would you like a matching wound for your collection? No, not really. I had some other questions. I'm looking for a man named Farad. She nods. I heard the name I have. Head of a pack of collectors, or so I hear it. Not sure where a body'd find him, though. You may want to try Rackpicker Square. It's north and west of here. A whole mess of collectors call keep there. Well, I'll look for him there, then. Oh, I see, I have some other questions. Can you tell me about this place? Look, Cutter, I've got a lot of work to do. The nails aren't finding their way into me bag while I'm spilling Chantvichi. Why don't you pick another Cutter's brain box about that for a time? Perhaps I will. Farewell. Fare you well too, then, Cutter. This man is looking at you with a strange bug-eyed stare. His eyes are huge, so huge they look ready to pop out of his sockets and roll around the cobblestones. He nods eagerly as you approach, bobbing his head like a bird, and as you are near him, you suddenly notice the smell of urine and feces surrounding him.
Evil.
Let's see. Diablo Temple.
New critical hits boost. Parrotwise just boosted Disco Elysium.
Disco jumps right back in the top 4. What a top 5. I'll just say.
New critical hits boost.
All
Johnny
these games are
Isle just boosted Diablo 2.
Being supported very strongly. It is anybody's guess what the next poll is going to have. Yeah. Thank you for the boost. Greetings. The man sniffles, wiping his nose on his sleeve, then opens his mouth to reveal blackened, rotted gums. Stories for coins, Sarah? His breath reeks. It smells like this man has been keeping rotten meat stored inside his mouth. Stories for coin? Who are you? The man snorts, thick with phlegm. Names, who you are. His head does a slight twitch every time he repeats himself. Names, dangerous. He glances at the ground and stirs the dirt with his foot. Dangerous? Knowing a name or being stuck with one, what's a mess of trouble? He looks back up at you. My name's a given name, not one asked for. Reekwind. Once again, you become conscious of his reeking breath and the smell of urine and feces that surround him. A given name. Is that your real name? Not my true name. Reekwind mumbles on, his head twitching every time he says name. A true name is a dangerous thing, given it others power. He stares at you with his huge eyes and wags his finger. Keep your name secret, keep it close, never let it out. What do you mean? Names are like smells, things can track you with them. Reekwind coughs, his eyes almost popping out of his skull as he does so. His cough seems to loosen his bowels, for he breaks wind loudly, as if to accentuate his point. If someone knows a true name, it gives them power. He licks his lips, the power to hurt. I don't know my true name.
Updated my journal.
Reekwind's eyes widen, seeing his eyeballs bulge even larger makes you uneasy. Then you are blessed. Remain nameless and you shall be a spirit on the plains, untraceable, unseen, undiscovered. He smacks his gums wetly. A name chosen, a name given. It allows others to find you and hurt you. Have you been hurt? Reekwind gives a twitching nod, then he scratches himself. Let my name slip once, only once. His eyes film over as if the memory is painful, then glances at you uneasily. Tell you the story I will, but 3 coppers must I see. His face splits into a smile as he says the word coppers, and his reeking breath hits you like a hammer. Very well, here's 3 copper. Reekwind gets into a stance, looks left, looks right, then faces you. His face clenches, then with a grunt, he breaks wind again. The smell nearly levels you, but he takes no notice. Cursed eye! Walk the wars in splendor. He stands up stiffly, nose high in the air. He saunters back and forth, nodding to invisible passers-by.
Updated my journal.
Reekwind freezes, his arms akimbo. Cross paths with the crossed one, at the looking of a pumpkin. He seats, curses. Reekwind then thrusts his belly out as to appear fat, slicks back his hair, wets his filthy palm so he looks almost bald, and begins drumming his fingers on his fat belly. He then walks about, circling the spot where his stuffy upper-class persona used to be. All a jumble with curses this one was. With a sneer and a careless gesture, Reekwind tosses an invisible curse at the stuffy persona. Knew my name, let it slip I had, all it took it all. He stiffens up again. inhaling deeply and resuming his upper-class persona. The persona suddenly crumples, and Reekwind breaks wind violently, then exhales, filling the air with his foul, reeking breath. Cursed with stenches, smells, excrement. Came here to tell tales, all good for now. Now Reekwind is the name, given name. I see. I had some other questions. Questions, Reekwind hunches over regarding you warily with his huge eyes. Answers. I'd like to hear a story. Tell you a story I will, but 3 coppers must I see. Very well. He takes the copper, gums it, then to your surprise he swallows it. Best purse there is, belly. He gives a reeking wheeze. A story. He smacks his lips and scratching his dirty rags. I want to hear the story of the man who came to the city without name or memory and spoke with the cursed storyteller who warned him of the danger of names. Oh. Reekwind stops twitching and scratching for a moment and stares at you. That tale costs nothing, for it is worth nothing. It is worth nothing that it would be a sad tale indeed. Nevertheless, I would hear it. Where would such a tale begin? Reekwind grunts, then gives a reeking wheeze that makes your eyes tear up. He seems to be thinking. It would begin with a man waking up in the mortuary, believed that, but in truth, only his memories are dead. Reekwind nods, then studies you and starts scratching himself violently, as if to give himself scars. Dead, but not dead. No memories, no name. He escapes the mortuary, enters the hive, and speaks to a man who let his true name slip once and has regretted it. Reekwind seems hypnotized by your words. Yes, much danger in naming, perhaps. He pauses. Perhaps the man to whom the nameless one speaks is a warning to the danger of names. He seems to chew this over. Perhaps he who has forgotten his name is better off. You see? Is it better to suffer the truth with all its consequences, or is it better to remain ignorant? Which of the two men is better off? Reekwind gives a hacking cough, then spits, then spittle green and wet. Then he turns back at you. It is your question, your tale. He speaks slowly. It is you who must answer it. The man who knows his true name is better off, for he knows himself and is stronger person for it. Reekwind mulls this over, licking his lips. He begins to nod slowly, then mumbles under his breath, as if debating with himself. Eventually, he turns back to you. That is a tale with a moral that tells the teller's morals. He coughs and spits another film. How is this pronounced? Filmy glob onto the cobblestones. A tale that will answer itself in time. Truth. Philemia. It must have an answer, and every tale has an ending. I will refuse to accept it any other way. Reekwind scratches himself for a moment, nodding, then reaches into the folds of his robe and flicks you a coin. For such a tale, a clipped copper. He sneers. No more, for the tale is not finished. A fair price, very well done. Perhaps there are some questions you can answer for me. Such an amazing dialogue writing. This is why this game is such a good RPG. This is why it is the best. Amazing writing here. I'd like to hear a story. 3 coppers. Wait for him to choose a story. Spireward. He points to his left at the charred alley in the distance, an alley of dangerous angles. He bends his lips in a twisted parody of one of the skeletal buildings. Not always angled, not always burned and charred, once alive, no longer. Listen. Flames, fire! He flings his hands up in the air, then waves them to simulate flames. The alley burned, great smoke, ash everywhere. In the end, only skeletons of buildings left. Bones of dead buildings, angles everywhere, angles.
Updated my journal.
He hunches forward, his voice a whisper. Again, the stench from his body hits you like a wave. Dangerous now, bad men have set up there. Keep here, keep there. Keep there. He bows, then breaks wind in quick spurts, like a bugle blowing. That is the tale of how a street becomes an alley of dangerous angles. Yeah, definitely. How did the fire start? He makes a semicircle over his heart. A man made it so, a beast made it so, a man whom even fiends admire. Who? A sorcerer's tale, filled with madness, sadness, burning, yearning. A tale I can tell, a tale I can tell. I will, but 3 coppers must I see. He hisses, then cackles in a way that reminds you of a fire burning. A dangerous tale, a dangerous tale. Very well, here's 3 copper. A sorcerer there was, no simple hedge wizard this, but a mage of power. Reekwind brings his hand together reverently, then smiles evilly. He burned with the art, and the art burned him. The name given him was Ignis, a name respected, then feared, then hated, then punished. Reekwind gives a rattling wheeze, then closes the air and hisses, apparently imitating Ignis. Taught by one of the last great magi Ignis was, and as an apprentice Ignis learned much, and nothing at the same time. Reekwind shakes his head sadly. In his heart, his cold black heart, a fire blazed. It burned, and it hungered. Reekwind closed at his chest, as if in pain. As it hungered, Ignis hungered. It was his wish to see the plains burn. In the night, Reekwind hunches down and begins to slowly stalk in the direction of the alley, a mad grin on his face. Ignis came to the alley that was to be the alley of angles, and the fire in his eyes, the fire in his heart, both he let out. Reekwind points at the alley, then flings his arms in the air, silently screaming and laughing at the same time. Flesh ran like wax, people like candles, and Ignis laughed. Reekwind crumples to the ground, his body racked with imagined pain. An evil was done, and forgotten not. He stands up, then hunches over, looks left, looks right, then starts mumbling, as if secretly in a conference with someone. Something was to be done. He stands up, stiffly, his face resolute. A punishment was decided. All the hedge wizards, midwives, rune-tellers, copper-pinching witches, and all manner of magelings. They came all, even those with the smallest trace of the art, to punish Ignis. Separately, they were flies. He makes a buzzing noise between his rotten gums. Together, dangerous. He hums, then raises his hands. God Ignis granted his wish. He swirls his hand, as if casting a spell. He wished to burn, they granted it. Using his own desire to fuel the casting, they made his body a door to the plane of fire. They intended to kill him.
Updated my journal.
Failed. Reekwind breaks wind again, as if to accentuate the failure of the wizards. Ignis lived, only slept. Blanket of flames turned in his sleep as he burned. Never happier. He shuts his eyes, wraps his arms around himself, and turns slowly. Burning, ever burning. His eyes suddenly snap open. One day he will wake, and then the plains shall burn. An unfortunate tale. I had some other questions for you. Do we have more stories? Wait for him to choose a story. No, we listened to this story. This is the Ignis one. Okay. We don't have any news stories. Can you tell me about this area? The hive, a tale I can tell. I will, but 3 coppers must I see. He smacks his gums together and snorts like a pig. Spireward, he points to his left, at the charred alley in the distance. An alley of dangerous angles. He bends his limbs into a twisted parody of one of the skeletal buildings. Not always angled, not always burned and charred, once alive, no longer. Flames, fire. We listened to this. Okay. Let's ask about Ferret. Can you tell me where I could find someone named Ferret? Reekwind suddenly hunches over and leers at you. He walks around you for a moment, dragging his legs as if lame. A king, a noble tale. A tale I can tell, but 3 coppers must I see. Reekwind remains hunched over, staring at you. Once a man of respect, Ferret was. A man of goals and position. All became nothing, turned to air. Reekwind squints, then breaks winds, filling the air with a gut-churning smell, turned to air and stink. A liar, a cheater, a man who twisted law, Farad was. He hunches over as if writing at a desk. He writes for a moment, then suddenly stops, afraid. Then one day, he found that he had twisted himself. The man of respect, Farad was. Such a liar he had become, that when he died, he was to go to a horrible place. Reekwind shakes his head sadly, then hunches over again and looks wildly in all directions. Farad would not accept it. He would not. He had cheated others. He would cheat his fate too. He read Duggan books and consulted seers. Reekwind stalks back and forth, his head over his eyes, as if staring off into the distance, and they told him that only in trash could he find that which would let him cheat his fate. Reekwind breaks wind again, then gives a reeking cough. Perhaps they lied.
Updated my journal.
Reekwind stands up stiffly, then begins the filling of imaginary clothes. With every piece of clothing he throws away, he becomes more hunched. Farad threw away his position, his goals, then took up a new title. Reekwind stops and leers at you. He claws at his rags, shaking them, and became a king of rags. He would rule the trash, have his subjects search it all, and find that which he needed. He shakes his head. He looks evil now, even now. Do you know where I could find them? Reekwind shakes his head. He lives amongst rags and trash. There, you will find them. Find them. Farewell. What a character. What an NPC. Such a well-written character and dialogue.
What are you afraid?
Save game.
Sure. After this dialogue, you see a dustman in the long black robes and the pale face. Unlike the dustman you saw in the mortuary, however, this man looks confused and is glancing about as if looking for something. When he spots you, he raises his hand to attract your attention. Greetings. The man seems relieved that you are speaking to him. He bows slightly. Thank you for hearing me, traveler. I am known as Ashmantle, one of the Dustman sect. I was wondering if you could direct me. I don't know the area very well, and I'm looking for a certain establishment, a bar, that those of my sect frequent. Do you know of such a place? Oh, the Dustman Bar is by the mortuary. Orient yourself by the mortuary front gate and walk directly southeast. You can't miss it. The Dustman smiles. Thank you very much, traveler. I appreciate your kindness. The people of the Hive are rarely helpful in such matters. Tell me about it. Say, can I ask you some questions? What questions do you have? Can you tell me a little about the Dustman? He pauses for a moment, then nods. It would be my pleasure. We, the Dustmen, recognize this life for what it is, an opportunity to experience our passions before the next life. We sift through the dust of our past lives for the meaning before the next. Oh, that is an unusual view for a Dustman. The man blinks. Well, I am not a common Dustman. I'm gathering that. Who are you? The man nods a little uncomfortably. Why, I am Ashmantle, one of the Ninth Circle. Ninth Circle? There is no such thing. He suddenly tenses up. I don't have time to debate the practices and rankings of Dustman Sect with you, so if you'll excuse me. Grab his hand. Your hand snaps out, but Ashmantle draws back suddenly and you miss grabbing his wrist. Of course, we don't have dexterity. You see his Dustman facade crumple, and with a frightened look he runs off. Damn it. Did you want me to save for this, Parrot?
Damn it.
Oh, in general, okay. No, wow! He actually gave us the slip there. That was impressive.
Hydrate.
Did you see that?
Alright. Thank you for the hydrate. Jagged knife. I wonder what the deal was with him. He was clearly lying. Mayor Am. This old woman stands silently by the wall, staring off into the distance. She seems to be unconcerned with the flow of traffic around her, and clutches a wooden pole from which dozens of small fish are dangling. Poor people simulator game. Greetings. Oh, hello, sir. She squints at you for a moment, trying to discern your identity. Oh my, here I was thinking you one of my regular customers. She proffers her fishbowl. Tuna, sir? Mackerel? Sea cucumber? No fish, thanks. I had some questions. Her mouth presses down into a tight-lipped frown and she stares off over your shoulder. Look behind you, see what she's staring at. You can see nothing of interest behind you. As you turn back to her, you catch her looking at you. She looks away quickly, resuming her staring off into the distance once more. What? Do I look familiar to you? Goodness no, she pauses for a moment. You do. Have you seen me before then? I think you're a man with your very likeness, sir. It was long ago. Tell me. Well, sir, you see, my side's not so good now. It wasn't back then neither, but I thought I saw you walking past with a small group trailing along behind you. What did these people look like? It's hard to say, sir. It was so long ago and you walked by so quick-like, but I remember now the way you held your head up. There was a woman following you, trying to step you. To get you to turn around and speak to her, but you pushed her away. What happened then? Beautiful woman she was, looked so sad, so angry all at once. She stood there for a moment, then followed along behind you just the same, hustling to catch up. You had said there was a group. Who else was there? She shrugs. There was at least 2 other gentlemen with you, sir. The only one I remember too clearly though was tall, thin. Reeked of bob-headed. I smelled him from across the way. Looked like he hadn't baited in ages too. He followed you close, he did, and never said a word. Acted like the woman wasn't even there, even when she bumped against him, trying to stop you. That's all I remember, sir. This is not the storyteller, right? Give him some copper for our time. 20. He stares at the heaping handful of coins for a moment, as if unsure what to do. You hold them a bit closer, and she finally takes them, laughing uneasily. Oh my! Why, thank you, sir. May the lady's shadow pass you over and fortune always find you. Please come and visit me anytime. Thanks, farewell.
Come on off with you there, let's go.
Alright, Governor, don't dawdle then.
This cannot be our companion, right? Probably not. Yeah, let's look here first.
All right.
High dwelling. You see a woman with a worried look about her face. Greetings. I'm waiting for my husband to get back. He's been gone for a while now, and I'm getting worried. I'm sure he will be back soon. I'm sure you're right. Oh my, look at the time. If you will excuse me, I have some work to finish up.
I'm gone.
I think I did, yeah.
I'm gone.
I mean, I passed by this one. Or are you talking about this one? No, we talked to him. Yeah, I wanted to enter this building last, so I skipped him. This foul-looking man is quick to notice he's caught your attention. In moments, he's upon you, hawking his wares. He carries a long wooden pole, dozens of skinned and cooked rats dangle from it. As he speaks, he gestures to them with a broad, filth-encrusted hand, smiling a yellowed, snaggle-toothed grin all the while. Oi, Kata, how you doing there? What sort of delicious ratsies is he interested in this fine day? Examine the ratsies. Each rat has been skinned and gutted, their feet and tails removed. They dangle from the pole by hooks punched through their necks. As you examine the various manners in which they've been prepared, you realize their heads are slightly misshapen. A bulbous knot of bone protrudes from each cranium, covered in whorls that give it the appearance of brain tissue. Those are strange-looking rats. Ah, you've got a keen eye there, Kata, and I All I sell is brain vermin, I do. I'm sure you'll find they have a much richer flavor than your usual rats. Quite nice, really. He proffers them to you once more, waving the pole before your face enticingly. The rats sway to and fro, look like tiny sides of beef. Brain vermin? I cut a brain vermin. Foul creatures they are. Now your normal rats, they just eat stored goods and multiply, spread disease and all. A nuisance really no more. Your cranium rats, though, a brain vermin, what I go after, they're just trouble. When you get more than a handful of little packers together, they start to get smart on you. Sometimes real smart. They become intelligent? Sure, as I'm standing here before you, they do. If I ran across any more than 2 score of them, I'd fully form me case like that. He snaps to emphasize the point. I would. You get that many of them in a pack? Why they get smart as a man, they do. Go on. Here's my best advice for you, Kata. If you're bent on catching brain vermin, stick to small packs. A dozen or so at most. But I'll tell you, he steps close, his breath fitted in your face, and speaks in a hushed tone. You runs into more than that? More than a couple dozen? You run like you're in the shadow of the lady. He backs away from you again. Why? What is there to fear? Sorcery, Cutter, sorcery! You get enough of those little things in a space, they gain all sorts of odd powers. Make a bash's brain pour out of his ears, they will. Downright frightening is just wrong, I tell you. That's why Sigil's so eager to be rid of him. The bounty and all. Bounty? Someone pays for rat's tails? That's right, Cutter. There's a perk in the Office of Vermin and Disease Control. Name alert. Who pays a bounty on him? A couple heads, a tail. It is A. But they gotta be brain vermin, they do. Not just ordinary rats. Tell me more about this Lord fellow. His name is Phineas. Phineas Lord. Think he was some sort of hiccup. High up. He was put down by his rivals and stuck here in his arse end of Sigil. The Burg sits in there alone all the night and day. It seems waiting for folk to bring in tales and paying them the bounty. You know the best part? Poor sod must be allergic to rats, cause he's always got a huge rush going. Oh, powers be praised, I ain't that fella. Put down? Any idea why that would happen? Well, he's right, Chad he is. He'll rattle his bond box for hours on just how smart he is and the like. Maybe that's got something to do with it. I would like one of those rats you have there. Oh, we have to try all of them. Good, Cutter, good. What sort of would you like? He points to each in turn with a grimy fingernail. I got them baked, spiced, boiled, and charred. All fresh, all scrumptious. And only 3 coppers for 2. Baked. You hand over your coppers and, in one swift motion, he runs a pair of baked rats through with a wooden skewer, unhooks them, and places them in your hand. He winks at you. Enjoy, Kata. Eat the ratsy. The rat's flesh is tender and moist. It comes off the bone easily and melts in your mouth. It is slightly greasy and rather rich, tasting of some other sort of meat you are sure you had before. The man looks at you expectantly. Would you like another? Alright, I'll have another. Spiced. You hand over your coppers and in one swift motion, okay, same thing, eat the ratsy. Rat meat is aromatic and quite spicy, apparently marinated in some sort of herbal mixture before being cooked. It's a bit of greasy and rather rich, tasting of some other meat you are sure you had before. I'll have another. Boiled. You hand over your coppers. The rat meat, prepared this way, is rather bland and rubbery. It tastes faintly of some other meat you are sure you had before. You are certain it would taste better prepared in a different manner. You can't imagine why anyone would boil meat to eat it. The man looks at you expectantly. Charred. The rat is burnt and crispy outside, but tender and juicy within. It's a bit greasy and rather rich, tasting of soak. I had a question for you. What is that building there behind you? He tosses a glance over his shoulder. That's the Office of Vermin and Disease Control, Cutter. I sell my rat tails, therefore Jink cook little blighters up and sell them. I think this is... yeah, we had this. Let's see. Can you tell me about Sigil? I Sigil the cage. What were you looking to know, Cutter? Why do you call it the cage? He shakes his head and laughs, causing the dead vermin on his rat paw to wiggle about. You see, Cutter, it's on account of all the doors some folks call Sigil the city of doors. Magical doors they are, and everywhere too. They lead to anywhere, and I mean anywhere. But here's the trick of it all. They're all locked, so it's more of a cage than anything else. You can only come and go if you have the right key. Tell me about these doors and keys. The rat catcher peers quizzically at Morty, who flows beside you. I Cutter think you'd just ask your mimmer for dark like that, he would. Morty seems taken aback, as all eyes fall on him. What? What? You get the impression that, had he lips, he'd be whistling innocently. Do you have an explanation, Morty? Well, I say we hear this pen out, yeah? Morty turns and stares hard at the rat catcher. No, let's hear what you have to say, Morty. Oh, come on, Chief. Why would I hold out on you? I've told you everything useful I know. Let's just get this Burke's take on the whole thing. Very well. Ratcatcher, staring at you both in confusion and scratching his head, suddenly realizes he's the focus of attention once more. He shakes off the puzzled expression and recomposes himself. Oh, you want all sorts of chant, you do. Well, I'll give you the short of it all. The cage is full on doors. These doors are everywhere, all throughout the city's sigil. But you can see them, not unless you have the right key. Each door has its own key, and each key is different. One key might be a real key, brass and all right, but another could be, say, a cooked rat, or a little key that's in the front of the door. Once you have the right key, you step on through and go to wherever the door takes you. How would you know where a door leads? He frowns, mulling the answer over in his head. Chances are, if you knew the key, you'd know where the door leads already. If you open one accidentally, say, you'd just have to be careful, you would. You could try sticking your head in and taking a peek, but some doors will just suck you right in. You could end up in all manner of foul places, Cutter, mark my words. How do you know what key opens what door? He shrugs, bobbing the rat's ball and setting the cooked vermin jangling about once more. You just have to ask the right people, people who know the dark about that sort of thing, I suppose. See, some doors stay still, and some move. It'd drive a bloody barmy trying to keep track of them all. I don't use the doors much myself, so I won't be much to help you. What can you tell me about the Hive? My very own home and place of business. What were you looking to find out, Cutter? Do you know why it's called the Hive? The Ratcatcher scratches at his chin, his fingers leaving oily smudges behind. Number of stories about that there are, as I understand it. There is a cluster of buildings somewhere. A tangled mess and shacks and ruins that serves as a gathering ground of sorts. It was called the Hive, and so that's where these slums, the old world, takes their name from. A gathering ground for whom? The man's friendly demeanor turns into a scowl. Troublemaker's Cutter. Even if you could find the place, I'd recommend you stay away from there. I would. That's all I'll say about it. He wipes his nose with a sense of finality, the scowl now gone. I understand what's of interest around here. I'm not sure what you're interested in, Cutter. Let me know, and mayhap old Creedon can point you in the right direction. I'm looking for work. Not much work in the Hive, really. Most folks just busy themselves with getting food and staying alive. You could gather debtors. You could gather debtors, like the collectors, or you could hunt brain vermin for a bounty. Collectors? He nods. A bird can gather corpses and haul them to the mortuary. The dustman will pay them a copper for a debtor. A copper a debtor? Seriously? Collectors do this for a living, usually looting the newly dead, as well as selling their corpses, I hear. He lowers his voice and scans his surroundings quickly. That some of them help a bird get lost, if you know what I means. Wicked folk they are. Lost? Dead, Chief, dead. Ah. I see. Can you tell me about the Lady of Pain? Aye, the Mistress of Sigil. I don't talk about the Lady Cutter, and you shouldn't go asking about her neither. It'll bring ill luck on ye, it will. He makes a semi-circular sign over his chest. I'll take my leave then, farewell. He touches your arm. I see you're leaving, Cutter, but before you go, would you like a nice, delicious Ratsy? One for the road, you must say. Why not? Scrumptious, doubtful, who'd eat such a refuse? Nah, come to think of it, I'm not all that hungry because I ate 4 of them. Farewell. Oof. I'm getting dizzy from reading so much. I didn't think it was even possible.
I'm gone.
Okay.
Forced it.
Open.
He doesn't care. Where does this go? You see a squat man with rash-covered skin and several pustules covering his face. His clothes seem to mark him as some sort of an official, but they are dirty, wrinkled, and covered with rat hair. As you watch, he idly scratches himself with his stubby fingers. I should increase the UI scale. No, I was just kidding. I'm fine. Greetings. I don't think you can actually increase the UI scale. Maybe the font size, yeah. But it's okay, it's not too small. Aye! The little man shrieks and jumps, startled. Clutching his heart, he takes a deep breath and pushes his spectacles upon his rash-ridden nose. Yes, yes. And what's it that I can do for you? He scratches his nose and looks you up and down, studying your scars. I have little to nothing in the till, so if you have come to plunder the premises, this locale is ill-chosen. I'm not here to plunder the premises. Who are you? I am the respected Phineas T. Lord the 39th, in charge of this high branch of the Office of Vermin and Disease Control. It is my distinguished privilege, he scratches his chest and puffs up, to inform you that we, in the bureaucratic sense of the word, we, meaning to encompass the sigil bureaucracy as a whole, are accepting bounties on all manner of vermin and strays that infest the, he scratches again, fair streets of Sigil, hub of the multiverse and the city which sits at the center of all things, city by which all other cities are measured. Bounties?
Updated my journal.
Yes, we, in the bureaucratic sense of the word, we, meaning to encompass the sigil bureaucracy as a whole, are accepting tangible proof of the eradication of brain vermin, aka cranium rats, from the hive area where they have clustered quite thickly for the past many years, as a recent census of the vermin population has shown. I am empowered by the sigilian bureaucracy to pay a bounty of, he puffs out dramatically, 1 copper common for a cranium rat delivered to my branch office. Cranium rat? Cranium rats are a species of vermin that become more intelligent the more of them are in close proximity to each other. One cranium rat alone is but a nuisance that chews at the boards and burrows into food, but 5, 10 or more and their intelligence grows until it surpasses even the intelligence of one such as myself. Scratches, then sniffs disdainfully. I imagine that 2 or 3 cranium rats might be enough to outwit you, sir. How many cranium rats are in Sigil? More than enough to last a bounty hunter a lifetime, perhaps several. How did someone as illustrious as you end up in such a place? Well, it's quite an epic tale, you see. I was born here in Sigil. Oh, wow. Did we get a rest? Yes, it was a rest. And then I realized that I had somehow offended my colleagues, for I found myself promoted to this branch office and have remained here for the past many years. He sighs, and I scratches his nose. I had some other questions. And your questions would be... Is the trash first contagious? Who are you? I... Okay. We have seen this. Let's see. Another comment like that and you'll be wearing your ass as a hat. Phineas blinks. Your appearance seems to sink in at last. I withdraw my most inappropriate comment, especially in light of your recent assertion of dominance and physical superiority in the social situation. That's a great line. I wish I was ever in a situation to use it. Or better yet, someone used it on me. It would be better. Is that rash of yours contagious? My rash? Contagious? No, no. Well, at least I don't think so. It's a simple not position, I'm afraid. The job literally grows on you. He scratches himself again. I see. Well, thanks for your time. Farewell. So we cannot go this way, it seems. Okay. Wow.
Damn it.
Damn. All right.
So I guess we are going to... Wait, what is this? Oh, right, this one. Okay, so we can... I think this was Rat Picker Square and this was somewhere else. I don't remember. Gitzerai. Let's talk to the Gitzerai. This man slowly turns as you approach. His eyes are two black stones. They briefly flicker over your frame. Then he locks gazes with you. Although this man looks humanoid, he has a yellow cast to his skin and ground features. He has a thin, angular frame. His limbs look like they are made of nothing but strings of muscle knotted around bone. His clothing is a curious blend of sharp colors and dull, mud-stained browns. Greetings. The man remains silent. He does not acknowledge your greeting, merely stares at you. I have some questions. Give it up, Chief. Talking to a Gith is like trying to make good with razor wine. Let's go. Gith? Yeah, Gith. Morte glances at the Gith, who is still staring at you. We'll talk about this some other time. I'm not ready to leave just yet. I'm going to ask him some questions first. The Gith remains silent, though his black eyes are still locked on you. Can you understand me? He pauses for a moment, studying you, then replies in broken common. You are not known to me. His accent makes it difficult to understand him. It's like he takes every word, snaps it, then drags out every vowel for good measure. The emphasis he places on the word known strikes you as odd. What do you want? I have some questions for you. I will not hear you. He looks like he's about to walk past you. Block his path. He stops and locks gazes with you again. Before you can speak, there is the whisper of steel and blade suddenly sprouts from his hand. Stand aside. I want to load, but after trying to fight him. Attack him first.
Die.
15 experience? He wasn't even tough.
Done.
So Ripzera, yes.
Done.
Barrier. Oh, okay, so not Sansar, but Barrier. Much as this creature's body is a combination of man and ram, his head is a mix of sorts, with a broad flat nose, goat ears, and a pair of curling horns. Intricate designs are shaved into his dirty pelts, and a massive four-flanged polearm hangs from his belt hardens. He doesn't seem to notice you. Greetings. He turns to face you with a startling speed, his eyes dark and suspicious of you. His voice is deep and rumbling, not quite human, and heavily accented. What do you want, two legs? His hand is close to his polearm. Only to speak with you, I have some questions. He seems to calm down. His hands drops away from his weapon. He still keeps a certain distance from you, however. What do you wish to ask me? Why were you so wary of me? He seems sad for a moment. This place, a wretched, unclean place, is full of unfriendly, sometimes desperate people. Not the best place for a visiting body hour. 2 legs. He shrugs. I have business here, so here I am. Visiting? You do not live here? The body hour shakes his head, laughing. No, no 2 legs. No body hour could live like this. Where are you from? From the plains of Ysgard, 2 legs. They are my home. He smiles in fond recollection as if warmed by memory. What sort of business were you here for? And at the time, 2 legs. If we ever meet in a happier place, I shall tell you all about it. You had said you were visiting. No, we said that. Let me ask you about something else then. What do you wish to ask me? Tell me about the city. He's silent for a moment, as if waiting for something more from you. Ah, what about the city? What is this place? Why, it is a crossroads, 2 legs. Surely you know all paths run through Sigil? Paths? Do you mean paths? He looks slightly annoyed. Yeah, that's what I said. Paths. No, you did it again. Paths. Not pass. We are not going to push it. I understand. Where is Sigil exactly? Where? He looks up thoughtfully, tugging at his goat's beard. It is in the Hotlands, the center of the plains, but since you can reach it from just about anywhere, Sigil's in more places than just that, you see? I think so, yes. I do. Let me ask you about something else. Tell me about the slums around us. He looks at you curiously. What is it you wish to know about them exactly? I am looking for work. He frowns. I doubt there's any honest work around here. The only thing I in ample supply is the hive in trouble. Is trouble. What about some place to enjoy myself? Yeah, the good stuff. I don't think there's anything to enjoy here, Zulex. Perhaps you should look elsewhere, in another world. Can you tell me about the Lady of Pain? The lady? He looks around as to see anyone's overheard. I only know that she rules this place, all of Sigil, and that the locals feel it bad luck to speak of her. Do you know someone named Farad? I know few people here, 2 legs. This Farad is not one of them. A friend of yours? Perhaps, I'm not sure myself. Farewell. Quatra's warehouse.
Die.
Oof.
Did you see that? Damn it. Did you see that?
Good old Willy Trombone.
I'm gone.
Moving from box to box, this man seems to be totally immersed in counting boxes and scribbling results down on a piece of parchment. He looks annoyed as you interrupt him. What is it now? Can't you see I'm busy taking inventory? Go bother someone else. I was told to deliver this box to you. Well, why didn't you say so in the first place? Let's see what you got for me. I'm sure it'll need to be inventoried. Mar told me to give this to you. As you hold the box out for him to take, Quatra's expression turns from one of interest to that of intense horror. No, please get it away from me. I don't understand. Why are you afraid of this box? I said get back. Death, evil. Had to dupe Mark. Couldn't take it anymore. Please take the brass gun. Leave southwest. Hive me, no. Apparently the sight of the box is just too much for him as he runs screaming from the building. Wait, what am I supposed to do with...
Updated my journal.
Search your boxes. Come on, I just killed you 3. When did you come back alive? Are you also immortal?
I'm gone.
see that?
Done.
Delay. Oh, now I cannot say because of this dude running away. Can you please die? Thank you. Hey, dude, stop. Stop. You see a thin man with stained clothes, a hooked nose, and two stubby horns jutting from his forehead. He's stumbling about and muttering to himself. He thinks of brine, vomit, and cheap wine. Are you JLA? If so, Craddock needs you back at the marketplace. Craddock, okay? Probably not that. Craddock? The man's eyes widen. Oh, Craddock, me generous, boss. Well, you can tell him this. He can pike off. And that is a filthy dog, a cur of the lowest sort. And JLA is not a working for him anymore. He jabs you with his finger. Tell him that. I'll tell him. From a distance. Farewell. Well, let's go tell him.
Done.
I found JLA. Is that right? Craddock glanced around. Where is he then? He said to Pykeoff that you were a cur of the lowest sort and that he wasn't going to work for you any longer.
Updated my journal.
Craddock's face turns a bright red, then his face cracks into a snarl. Damned be his name. May all the evils of the plains haunt his footsteps. A blistering stream of insults, threats, and speculation about JLA's family roots issues from Craddock's mouth. Oh, this is going to help Mort, right?
New taunts, alright.
Ooh. Marte clicks his teeth together as Craddock builds up steam. You can almost hear him taking notes inside his skull. Craddock finishes his tirade with a grunt. Damn that jelly. Bob. You know, I could fill in for him if you need help. Craddock studies you for a moment. Yeah, huh? You couldn't. He suddenly falls silent. Well, mayhap you can. It's hard work, and there's no drinking on my watch. Understood. Let's get started. The work is long, but at the end of the shift you are not the least bit tired. Craddock grunts as you return. You did well enough. Here's your pay. He tosses you a handful of coins. Now get. We have no more use for you. Jello, yes. Lime jello, marshmallow, cottage cheese surprise. Oh, smoldering corpse. Of course, that's where Jelly was supposed to be. Okay, let's look around. We will go there last. Drunk. I'm not going to talk to Drunk. Lime jelly, marshmallow. Americy. You see a young woman dressed up in tight leather bodice and leggings. She smells faintly of cheap perfume. This is the same description of generic harlots. Seeking some company, Lo? No, but I had some questions. Sorry, Lo, I don't stand here to answer the questions of passerby. Sure you wouldn't like a little company, hmm? No, farewell. I guess she's a quest NPC? Coming up soon. Barking Wilder. This wild-eyed man is hunched over, snarling and giving low growls. It looks like he hasn't trimmed his hair in years. It's so long it forms a veil over his eyes. He has a long, stringy mustache caked with grease and sweat, and the tips of the mustache droop so much that they have become tangled in his ragged beard. Growl at him. The man stops in mid-snarl and he reaches up to part the curtain of the hair that covers his eyes. As his withered hand pulls away his dirty locks, several strange, puce-colored bugs fall from his hair and scatter across the cubbies. Behind the cloak of hair, the man's flesh is moon-pale and creased with wrinkles. His thick, bushy eyebrows form a V as he stares at you. Hands might take the moonfly too. Take my hands and fly to the moon. Oh, we already figured that out. Take your hand and fly to the moon. Moon, snow. What? Tilt your head to one side as if studying him. The man frowns, but his eyebrows tilt upwards in a reverse V, creating a bizarre expression. You have no idea how he accomplished the facial expression, but it makes you strange watching the muscles beneath his face shift into the new pattern. You can't tell whether he's angry, curious, both or neither. Singed kiss speak a man answers, prefer a wood woman heart. A single kiss speaks a woman's heart, but the man's answer is that you would prefer. Very well then, but I know this. But know this, my answer is a question, and an answer from you is what I would prefer. The man seems mesmerized by your voice. With every word you speak, a light flickers in his eyes. Barking wilder am I am. A wanton asking a, may you may? You may and I will. Who or what are you? Chaos, he stutters out the words, as if having difficulty getting his tongue around. Some say Xaostex. I say Aztectai Sox. Chaos man. Man no, nam no. Man yes, 3 knows my KS. He hunches down on his knees and begins to rock back and forth, singing in a childlike soprano. Chaos man, hop along home. Affection it is, yet we are alone. So you are one of the Chaos Men. Very well, I had some questions. He claps his hands delightedly like a child at a festival, then gives a howling shout. Question! Question! Do not shun this question. Are you one of the Chaos Men? No, we asked that. I'm looking for a man named Ferret. Do you know of him? Yes, he's actually a burb. Wolf burb. Barking wilder shrikes, then responds in a sing-song voice. Fair odd. Not fair, not odd. Lost you, help not. He growls to himself, as if to clear his throat. Maybe you lose him first, then ask me, then fair odds it will be. To lose him, I'd have to find him first. I had some other questions. May I join the Chaos Man? He looks at you askance, shrugs, then bends forward to sniff you. Squat, stifflark, dank damp, tramp cod. He snorts and crawls to himself. Sod! That would be a no, I suppose. Very well. I had some other questions. Ah, farewell then. We don't actually have other questions. Well, that's a tree with one snap branch too many. Marty rolls his eyes. No sense in chatting with Zao Sitects. Zaostects, I guess, like architect, but Zaostects. Chief, they're a barmy bunch. Who are the Zaostects again? They're a faction who don't have any rules, except don't keep one thought in their head for too long. They are sometimes called Chaos Men. No need to explain why. How do they get members? They just seem to attract members like flies. Well, members that are crazy or chaotic enough, I suppose. I don't think they have any recruiters though. You really can't say anything about them for sure. I see, thanks for the information. Come on. This is getting old.
Damn. Did you see that?
Okay, one more come. Starved dog. Oh wait, this one is stronger, and I need to kill 3 of these, right? It's that lot.
What's up?
I'm not even unpleasant.
Hey, Baldur's Gate nerd, look at that roll.
Oh, you alley-bred
Even Baldur's Gate Nerd is rolling low today. Today everyone is rolling low, except Nebuka.
Alright.
And even that was
Welcome
only
back.
500 something. Cat time, sure.
Did you see that?
Damn.
Woohoo! Wow. As always, the cat is evil.
Alright.
How are you, Baldur's Gate Nerd? Welcome.
Joke on a bone. Yeah.
I'm gone.
So I think it's his dad's quest done. Let's go in here.
Swear loyalty to me.
Ooh, that is high. Wait, what? It's not your first roll today, is it? I think you rolled once before today. I'm not so sure. Is it? Oh, okay. Well, it's pretty high. And it's recorded. Good job. Cygrass is a good character. Yeah, that's true. It was Ray's first roll. You see a Dabus, but something about it strikes you as odd. It has the same shock of white hair, the same greenish cast to its skin, and the same pair of goat horns. Then you suddenly realize this one is walking on the ground, not floating. For some reason that makes you uneasy. You are aiming for 666. Well, many people aim for it, but it's very easy to miss. But good luck. I had some questions for you. The Dabus waits. What is this place? A slow train of symbols materialize around Fel's head. The symbols take several moments to resolve, starting with simple lines, then fleshing themselves out into the breathtaking colors. This is where I tattoo color and life upon flesh and bone. So you found the tattoo parlor. Found. Can I see what tattoos you have? Exactly. And we have only a few, like after today we have 2 more streams. So next Wednesday we are going to start the new season. I was really hoping someone would roll over 660. Okay, let's check the tattoos. Tattoo of the Restless Dead invokes Bless. Oh, it's limited use. I'm not going to. 1 save versus spells, 2 base hit points. How many tattoos can I put on? 1 charisma, -1 wisdom. I'm definitely not going to use. This is useless. 1 strength, 2 strengths. Wait, do we have 2 wisdom? 1 wisdom, 2 wisdom. We are buying this. Okay, oh, we can have 3 tattoos. Look at that. So we can have 2 wisdom and 1 wisdom also? Let's test this. Let's try putting on more than... Oh, we can. So we can get +4 wisdom like this. Yeah, we are going to have these until we get maximum wisdom from stats. We don't have +3 stats. I think we have them though. I think they unlock later, maybe in another place. Human skin has been stretched across these wooden frames. The skins are covered with tattoos.
All right.
That was good. I'm glad we got here. Paint a door to Tenement of Thugs. What you first took to be a door in this archway is actually a painting. The artist has made use of the shadows of the overhanging arch and some subtle texturing effects to give the door an illusion of substance. Examine the door. Other than the skill of the artist, there is nothing remarkable about the painting. The door has been painted on a rough stone wall. You can feel the stone and mortar beneath the painted wooden texture. Leave the door alone. Mourns for trees, not threes. You see a tired-looking, sorrowful old man who is gazing at the ash that tree in front of him. He is mumbling to himself and tapping his chin, as if trying to figure something out. Occasionally, he shakes his head sadly. Greetings. He seems momentarily startled as you interrupt his train of thought. He speaks in a calm, unhurried tone, but one full of sadness. Oh, greetings to you too, friends. How is this day find you? It finds me miserable. He seems to become even more downhearted. That's too bad, friend. Sorry to hear that. I hope your fortune improves. He seems about to turn back to the tree. And how is this day find you? He shrugs slightly and proffers a bit of a smile. Fortune finds me well, though I'm saddened just the same. Why is that? He passed the tree beside him. It's the trees here in the hive. They are dying, friends, and no one cares. Seeing the look on your face, he holds his hands up, as if to silence you for a moment. It may not matter to some, but it's important to me. I feel it's a shame to see the last tethers to life and beauty in this world left, uncared for, to die. Can you understand that, friend? Yes, you are right. It's a sad thing. He seems surprised and blurs out, Really? Oh, I mean wonderful. Perhaps you would. He pauses, seems suddenly suspicious. He recomposes himself, speaking in his usual slow manner. In any case, that's good. I suppose you have some questions for me now. Alright, Vincino man, thank you so much for coming, visiting and stopping by and watching. I will see you next time, hopefully. You enjoy your weekend as well. No, not just yet. What is it you are going to ask? For the first time, the man seems genuinely happy. Beaming, he explains, It's difficult for anything to survive here, just look around and you'll see what I mean, friend. I'm not sure if it's possible for the trees to thrive here, even if they somehow were to get enough light and clean water. Go on. He nods enthusiastically, but if enough people really want them to live, I just know they'll survive. They'll turn green again and flourish. You could be right. I am right, I am certain of it. A sense of conviction surrounds him like an aura. He seems so unlike the man you first spoke to. That's all I'd ask, good friend. Just care for them, hope for their recovery. In time, should enough people want it, it will come to pass. Can you do that for me, friends? Yes, I will help. Truth. Excellent, my friend, excellent. I thank you. You've given me back my confidence, my purpose. Perhaps I can find others like you who'll listen. Perhaps we'll make a difference. What about your companions, friend? Would you speak to them on my behalf?
Excellent.
Back for a boost and go back to lurk. Ah, alright, GG. Well, at least you found time for boost, right? Marty, what do you think? Huh? Oh yeah, Chief, sure, whatever you say. I'm serious, Marty. Can you make the effort? Marty looks at you for a while, silently then nods. Yeah, I can. If it's that important to you, I'll do it. Thanks. I have some questions, Mars. He nods, answering your question. Ain't changing the trees yet? No, not yet, friend. I still have hope, though. I speak to people every day.
New critical hits boost. Xov just boosted bloodlines.
Let's jump there.
New critical
Bloodlines.
hits boost.
Hoo-hoo.
Xov just boosted NWN.
Disco Elysium is kicked right out of the top 4.
New critical
There
hits
we go.
boost. Xov just boosted Diablo 2.
Thank you for the boosts, GG. I appreciate it. That's good, I had some questions. Who are you? I'm called Mourns for Trees by the people here, friends. Why are all the trees dying? Just look at your surroundings, friend. Can you imagine anything having an easy life here? And besides the wretched conditions, the dabblers rarely come to this part of Sigil. Why is that? The hive is a dangerous place, but that's not it. The dabblers have the lady watching over them, and no one's foolish enough to tangle with her, friend. I suppose it's really all on account of Fel. Who is Fel? Go all vampires to the top. We will see. It has a lot of supporters. Fel, he's, well, friend, I'll just say he's the only dabbers that doesn't serve the lady. I don't know the whole dark of it, as they say, but he's shunned by his fellows and lives here alone in the hive. He runs a tattoo parlor, but most of the sigil is wary of the place. You don't have any idea how he came to be shunned? Like I said, friend, I'm not too sure. I've only heard vague rumors about him being on the wrong side of the issue when some power decided to butt heads with the lady. You could always try and ask him, friend. I'm told he's friendly enough, if not a little odd. Some power? A deity, friend, a god? Normally the lady has no problems with the likes of them, as she keeps their lot out of Sigil entirely. His name was Eoskar, but I don't know much else about the affair. His name was? The man nods gravely. As I understand it, the lady destroyed him. I wouldn't forget that. If you were to ever consider messing about with her or her servants. What's to be wary of about Fel's parlor? Well, friend, since he turned from the lady, many people think it's just a matter of time before her shadow falls on him. No one wants to be about when and if that happens, I'm sure. I had other questions. I'm looking for a man named Ferret. Sorry, friend, when I first came here I spoke to many people, but I don't remember anyone by that name. Very well done. Can we go back to Fel? Ask him about it. Probably not coming back. Have a wonderful weekend. You too, Gigi. You also have a wonderful weekend. And no worries at all. Hopefully I'll see you next time. Next stream. But for today, take care of yourself. Who are you? Right, we didn't talk to Fel at all, we just bought tattoos. Who are you? As you're about to ask, you suddenly realize you already know the Dabbas name. His name is Fel. As if in response, the Dabbas inclines his head slightly, and the lawn symbol appears above his head. It's blurry at first, then resolves into a wild oval with a black lightning bolt through it. I feel like I know you, Fel. Fel bows reverently, and the stream of symbols swirl around about his head, rotating clockwise, then counterclockwise. It takes you a moment to translate. This is the first time and not the first time you have come to this place. Do you know who I am? Another series of symbols materialize quickly and sharply into focus above Fel's head. The translation comes to you just as quickly as sharply as the symbols themselves, and as if you have translated the exact same string many times before. Yes, but I'm not permitted to tell your story. Why not?
Updated my journal.
For a moment there is no response from Fel, then a stream of rebuses appear, as if trickling out of Fel's mind. My apologies, I cannot change the nature of a man. Ooh. You can't explain why, but the last sentence sends a crawling sensation through your skull. Nature of a man? What does that mean? The symbols that appear above Fel almost mirror the previous stream. My apologies, I cannot say. I see. I had another question for you, Fel. Okay, this suddenly opened up. What is this place? A slow train of symbols materialize around Fel's head. The symbols take several moments to resolve. I almost missed this entire conversation. I'm glad they put another breadcrumb to that NPC. I forgot to talk to him, just bought the tattoos. Aha. Now we know what can change the nature of a man. Yes, we know one of those at least. This is where I tattoo color and life upon flesh and bone. I have some other question for you, Phil. I feel like I know you. This is... We talked about this. What are those frames in the back room, Phil? A caravan train of symbols slowly materialize around Phil one by one. It is my gallery. Your discarded skins are my canvas. I admire you. I am saddened for you. Saddened for me? Why? Another caravan of symbols forms around Phil, this time forming a circle. The mark of torment lies upon your flesh. Tragedies and loss have built themselves upon it, like stones upon a foundation. You have endured great pain. What do you mean? A long string of rebuses appears above Fel's head, then surrounds his arms like manacles. I admire you because you have never surrendered to the weight of these losses, despite the fact their chains hang on you still. Go on. A long string of rebuses appears above Fel's head, then falls, covering him like a cloak. These losses blanket this life and all your past ones. You shed lives like a molting serpent. You are exploring the infinite paths of life. Tell me more. A long string of rebuses appears above Fel's head, then falls suddenly to the floor, streaming out behind him like a shadow. Take with you this warning. Each of your lives casts a shadow on existence. You must travel to a place where these shadows have gone mad and regrets have scarred the earth. Is there anything else you can tell me? A brief series of paper-thin rebuses appears in an orderly row next to Fel, then vanish into glowing motes. Do not sign anything. Okay. This is interesting advice. Very well. I feel like this is going to come up. Legal advice. Do not sign anything without your attorney present is the full version of this advice. Another series of rebuses appear, forming a spiral. They have the texture of a question about them. Do you feel complete? Truth. I don't. In fact, ever since I woke up in the mortuary, I feel like something's missing. Something inside. Tal nods and the series of symbols materialize in a halo around him. You are strong. Keep faith, and you shall become whole again. Lord, we gotta keep the faith, says Fel. Figure 1 CP can be your lawyer, sure. I'll try. I had so many other questions. You say you've met me before, Fel. Do you know how I died? Fel does not respond for a moment, then slowly, menacingly, 3 symbols materialize above his head, each of them casting a long shadow. Shadows. Shadows? The 3 symbols swirl about each other, each leaving a faint black misty trail about them. They take on a ragged edge, like teeth and talons, and multiply where they were 3. Where there were 3, there is 9. 9 becomes 27, until the room is a swarm of shadows. Many shadows. They streamed from the darkness, swarmed you, then left you to die. Why? The shadow symbols swirl into one, then dissolve, to be replaced with a symbol. I do not know. I see. Can you tell me anything about these tattoos on my body? Fel studies your body for a moment, walking around you. He mirrors each symbol as he examines it, then returns to face you. I know them. None are by my hand. Can you tell me about some of them? Fel nods, symbols appearing around him like fireflies. The ones upon your back were scribed with a careful hand and are directions for a mind that forgets itself. The symbol that lies upon your left shoulder is the mark of Torment. Torment? The symbol sharpens, gaining edges that are almost painful to your eyes. It is Torment. It's that which draws all tormented souls to you. Fel nods at your left arm, at your shoulder. The flesh knows it suffers even when the mind has forgotten, and so you wear the rune always. I'll keep that in mind. Can I see what tattoos you have? Have you unlocked anything new? No. Don't we have an item? Yeah, we can, but he doesn't identify anything. Alright, this was cool. So, smoldering corpse bar.
Alright.
Hydrate.
Hydrate, sure.
Alright. I feel stronger.
Oh, leveled up. Come on.
I'm gone.
Come on in, buy a drink, see the burning man. He's on fire. You've got
Leaf
to
skill.
see it to believe it. The burning
Okay.
man right here.
So now we have 25 wisdom with tattoos.
Done.
You know, we picked up the boss battle. Oh, Ignis. We picked up the boss battle sound from Bookworm Adventures. We should also pick up the level up.
Done.
This is a woman with fading bruises on her face and arms and a look of despairing longing in her sunken eyes. She might have been pretty once, but those days were long ago. She turns slowly to face you, life pours into her features and the spark of sardonic light that dances in her eyes now makes you wonder if your eyes were deceiving you. Welcome to the Smoldering Corpse, Guardman. Who are you? I am Drusilla, and you must be clueless. Don't ask me how I know that, it just shines off you. Shines, right, answer some questions for me. Hi traveler, what's it you seek? What can you tell me about this place?
New channel SFX request by Parrotwise.
Level up. I will try. To pick up the to rip the boss battle sound, I had to actually find the game, and it turns out it is removed from everywhere by PopCap, so it's not found anywhere. I think I probably downloaded a few malwares before being able to find the one that is the actual Bookworm Adventures, and I booted up the game, and then I had to reach a boss. Yeah, but now I have the ISO file, so I don't understand why would they remove it from everywhere. That's so weird. It was a great game. Here, this is a smoldering corpse, though the person smoldering ain't dead yet. He's just keeping himself alive till someone comes along to help him out. Sots who like to see people in pain come here. Fiends like it. Folks who don't much care for being bothered comes here too. The name alone keeps out most of the barks. You didn't even finish the replay. Who is he anyway?
Updated my journal.
That spear you saw on her face before flees across it again like a black-winged shadow before she masters herself. That's Ignis, one of the greatest wizards ever to come out of this slummy excuse for a cesspool. They caught him and they opened the channel to the plane of fire through him. And now he's just a doorway for it, keeping himself alive by force of will alone. If someone could douse him for a few moments, it would give him his life back again. But they don't make enough water to do that. Someone should be able to find something. This is actually one of the things I remember from playing this game in the past. I remember the item that douses Ignis. It's something doable. I don't remember where to find it, but once we find it, I should be able to recognize it. Someone should be able to find something. Oh well, can you answer some more questions for me? No. What's your connection to him? Her voice practically throbs with a deep ache. I was Ignis's lover and he my beloved. He loved the flame more than me, and now he has become the flame. And because I love him, I love the flame. But that's all done with now. Now I wait for him to douse himself. I sell what little I have just so I can be near him. Very well. What can you tell me about this place? Here, this is the smoldering corpse, though the person smoldering ain't dead yet. He's just keeping himself alive till someone comes along to help him out. Sots who like to see people in pain come here. Fiends like it. Folks who don't much care for being bothered come here too. We read this, right? I'm looking for a collector by the name of Farad. Have you seen or heard from him? Farad, she snickers. The Collector King. You can probably find him and his stinking ilk in the trash barrens on the far side of the hive. Good luck in getting any answers from him. He's a sly devil, he is. Very well. Answer some other questions. Who is that burning by the entryway? That's too bad. Farewell. You see a soft-looking man with a gentle, far-staring eyes. He dresses in supple leather clothing and carries various implements of use and destruction about his body, such as ropes, spikes, tinderboxes, and empty vials of air. He looks half-gone literally. There is an insubstantiality to his existence, and as if his essence has been partially leached away. He focuses those eyes on you, and suddenly you find them gripping and determined. Greetings to you, O Seeker. Greetings. He carefully sets down the mug he's holding and gives you all his attention. I have seen the far reaches of the multiverse and returned to tell the tale. I have walked upon the bodies of dead gods and spun moonbeams in the astral ahead of 1,000 shrieking Githyanki nights. I have passed the edges of existence and watched my essence shiver away before me. What is it I can do for you? I have some questions for you. Perhaps I have answers for you. Speak and I shall tell you. I met a woman named Ingress with very bad teeth. She said she had come through a portal from some world that was opened by a tomb hummed near two cross trees. Can you get her home? He pauses briefly, thinking. I know the portal of which you speak, though I have not traveled to it these 30 years gone. I will take her home, Seeker. Go tell her to await my arrival, then meet me back here. I will tell you if I was successful or not. Thanks.
Updated my journal.
Who are you? I am Kandrian Ilborn, traveler, dreamer, tale spinner, and so forth. You're a traveler. Tell me of the plains. I am tired, Seeker, so tired. I am fresh back from negation. I will answer what I can for you, but I cannot promise that you will find satisfaction in the answers, Agu. What would you know? Would you hear the outer planes, the prime material, or the inner planes? Okay, am I going to be reading the planes lore now? What's the difference? Yeah, I am kind of figuring that out. Ooh. The difference is true essence, Seeker. The inner planes are matter, substance, true physicality. They are the building blocks of the multiverse, for it is from them that all belief in the elements springs. The inner planes filter through the ethereal plane, the plane of potential some say, which forms the elements into the worlds of mortals. Over past the ethereal plane, one reaches the prime material, where exist all manners of mortals and monsters and myths and machines. It is there that belief is born, and there that the spirits that create the outer planes are born. When mortals die, they pass through the astral plane, and know a place that is thought and mental energy itself. It is in all things, and in none. It's a paradox, among other things, and it filters spirits into the Great Ring. Do you comprehend so far? Yes, go on. Yes, I am going to finish all the water at home. Now, the outer planes. Where should I start? Do you know the cardinal rules of the planes, on which all others are based? Do you know about the composition of the outer planes? Do you know of the Great Ring and its divisions in our hearts? Do you know of the individual planes? Each of these leads to the next, and so it's best you start from the beginning. Tell me of the composition of the planes. The outer planes are created and or by belief and thought and fate. They take their imagined form from the prime material plane, shaped into forms that stagger the imagination built by the accumulation of belief. Belief creates the planes. Belief is power here. Change belief and you can change the nature of reality. The creatures that are born here, the plane-born, like the fiends and celestials, are truly born of the thoughts and concepts of mortals. They each express some sort of ideal, and the more powerful the ideal, the more powerful the being. Thus, the being that symbolizes love is one of the strongest of all. Go on. That's why the powers, gods some call them, live out there. This is where all the faith in them comes. This is where they are at their most pure and most strong. Their realms are extensions of their very beings, manifestations of their godly essence, all of it informed by belief. So the composition of the planes is belief. Tell me of the Great Ring now. Among the loose unity of planeswalkers, we conceive of the infinite outer planes as a ring surrounding the plane of ultimate neutrality, the Outlands. The spiral atop which Sigil sits is is in the center of the Outlands. The further one travels away from the spire, the less neutral the plains grows, until it spills into the neighboring plains. Each of these plains impinges on the Outlands, spinning themselves into law and chaos, good and evil. The Great Road marks the demarcation between the Outlands and the gate towns that spring up around the gates of these plains. Beyond the gate towns lie the hinterlands, uncharted territory that is lost to history, that loses thought. Danger lies in the hinterlands. The outer planes differ by morality, not substance. For you, we'll divide the planes into three sets: the upper planes of good, the lower planes of evil, and the boundary planes of neutrality. These are then divided further by love and chaos, with the Outlands in the middle. Which of these interests you? Oh my god. The upper planes. Of the upper planes, there are the neutral planes, the lawful planes, and the chaotic planes. What would you know? The neutral planes. The neutral upper planes contain the beastlands. Can you imagine somebody knowing so much about any subject and being able to tell so much, like, without any sort of preparation at a bar when you approach him, a random stranger, about anything? The neutral upper planes contain the beastlands, a place of neutrality and goodness, with a slight tinge of chaos where the animals rule in the eternal noon and night. They hold Bytopia, twin paradise of industry and labor, where all work toward the good of all, and Elysium, the sweetest plane of goodness and calm I have ever come across. Alas, right now I am not well enough to enjoy any of their restorative effects. What would you hear of now? Tell me of the rest of the upper planes, the lawful planes. Kandering gives a small shudder. I am not the best person to speak of the planes of law, he says, for the innate structure and ultimate patterns they impose frighten me. I steer clear of them because I value my individuality more than I value the knowledge they'll bring me. They'll include regimented Arcadia, nearest of the good planes to the unbending order of Mechanus, and Mount Celestia, home of the Archons, an island in the Silver Sea. No, but this is way more than just nerds. I don't know. I mean, this guy has traveled every plane and everywhere in every plane, basically. He has traveled the multiverse. Tell me about the rest of the upper planes. The chaotic planes. These are where I feel at home. Though I steer clear of Isgard, for the most part, the endless battles and tests of metal among the floating earthbergs of the plain don't do much for my disposition. Arborea, though, he sighs. The mountains are taller, the air clearer, the rivers purer, and the game larger, and the grass is greener than anywhere else. It's a true paradise, a place where passions run high and the wine never ceases to flow. Once I have recovered enough of my wits on myself, when we have done with the outer planes, you should ask me of the inner, and I will describe my journey to you. I will return to Arborea's bowers and the glades and lose myself for a time. Let's go back a few... No. Tell me more of the planes of the Great Ring. Can you solve the line integrals along a curve? I don't know. Lower planes. Neutral lower planes. Like the upper planes, the lower planes are divided into lawful, chaotic, and neutral. Each of them varies in terms of hours and what those hours do to a traveler's spirit. All of them are best avoided. Which of them would you like to hear of? Neutral planes. Neutral planes, eh? They are wild and barely understandable. And they are more insidious on their own than you could ever imagine. Take Gehenna, for example, 4 volcanoes in stages of dormancy floating in an infinite void, each of them somehow alive, and each of them wanting your soul by whatever means you can get it. Populated with Yugolots, the worst of the fiends, in my opinion, and you've got the place. The plane of ultimate evil, at least, that's what they call it. It is the grey waste, an old place that drains color from your body and spirit, stealing away even your apathy. And it's the site of the worst battlegrounds of war down there. Don't get me started. Then you got Carcery on the chaotic side. Oh, now we talk about the Blood War. Tell me about the war. Aye, the Blood War. At the name, your blood feels as if it freezes in your veins. Ilborn doesn't seem to notice. wrapped up as he is in his memories. Two armies of fiends smashing together pointlessly across the lower planes, slaughtering mindlessly in the name of law and chaos. They'll aggrandize it, of course, but in the end, it's about hate and stupid endeavor that aids none and harms far too many. Tell me about Carcery. Carcery? Carcery? Ah, Carcery and his poisonous jungles, acid swamps, destructive waters, strung like a string of rotten pearls nestled within one another. He pauses and looks at you carefully, again fixing you in place with his eyes. Remember this, Seeker. Carcery is a prison. Home to the Garrelets, one of the most dangerous types of fiends there is. The strength of the prison is the strength of the captor, as strong as the prisoner lets it be. Destroy the prison keeper, and the body can escape the red prison. There is almost no other way out, not when the gates close themselves against you and watch you spin off into the vast space surrounding the orbs. Be wary of Carcery, traveler, for his bonds can be greater than flesh. Carcery. Carcery, Zer or Ser? Doesn't matter. I will keep pronouncing everything wrong, so...
Updated my journal.
Tell me about the rest of the lower planes. The chaotic planes. Hard S. This is the way. Pronouncing everything wrong. Chaotic planes. The Abyss isn't some place you should consider going, where Bator is all orderly. The Abyss is full of chaos and change, and none of it is pleasant. When it becomes something that approximates normality, that's when you should be most wary of it. It's some to the Tenari, what most primes call demons, and they've got that name for a reason. They are unpredictable and murderous, and the few you can trust are few and far between. The few I have met who I trust, I still don't trust entirely. They are creatures of chaos and evil incarnates, and if they are putting on a friendly face, who is to say it's not part of a larger agenda? Hard ass for each hard pass. Tell me more of the planes of the Great Ring. The boundary planes. There are two boundary planes to my mind, and they are diametrically opposed. One of them, Mechanus, is the very essence of law, a place where belies fit together, interlocking, turning in a massive machine that is the entire plane. Some folks have it that the gears of Mechanus are the engine that drives the planes. The other plane is Limbo, a swirling morass of chaos that follows no rules, none. And just when a body thinks he's clarified its behavior, it goes and changes on him. Or it doesn't. You just can't tell. I was in Limbo not too long ago. Tell me of your journey. He closed his eyes, remembering. I had the Gitzerai guide with me, an anarch who could shape the illogical matter of the plane into forms of his desire. We had thought of the harrying of the Sladi, the chaos creatures who called the plane home. It seemed there were more than usual, but then one can never tell what's usual in Limbo. But I digress. In the midst of all this chaos, we came across a series of huge metal interlocking cubes, like some sort of puzzle box. It wasn't something we had shaped, consciously or not, and we couldn't find a way inside. It was like a bastion of order within the confines of disorder, a seed of law. That is the best I can explain it.
Updated my journal.
Tell me about the Outlands. The Outlands are absolute neutrality, probably the best place for a body to visit the outer planes outside of Sigil. If you don't want to have a plane's morality forced into your heart, everything balances out in the Outlands, as it should be, or the plane that sits at the center of the outer plane's powers. Powers' realms are scattered about here, and there are a handful of gate towns that open up into the rest of the outer planes. The gate towns usually mirror the philosophy of the plane their gates open onto, and if the balance of belief isn't kept in the town slips into the nearby plane. It's a bad situation for everyone, because few of the folk in the town really want that change, but enough of the Outlands. What more would you know? Let's go back a few steps to the overview. Did we just talk about the outer planes so far? No. Tell me of the individual planes. No. Okay, I forgot where we were. Outer planes? Tell me of the inner planes instead. He sighs, as if this reminded him of his bone deep awareness. Think of the inner planes as a globe. On the top pole, you have the positive material plane. On the bottom, you have the negative material. He pauses. That's just a little bit of it. Are you back? How did it go? How did your whiskey day out go? Remind me to tell you of the negative. His eyes turn inward to some private error. From the interaction between the two springs, all of the urge for existence and non-existence, death and life, actuality and nothing. From then spring the basic elemental planes, like fire, water, air, and earth. The para-elemental planes that lie between the four basic elements, and the quasi-elemental planes that come from the interaction of the four elements with the positive and negative. No whiskey, good steak. Okay. Now I want steak. Well, I'm glad you enjoyed it. Welcome back. Thanks. Tell me of the negative material plane. His eyes cloud over. I went to the inner planes to discover my true essence. I made the mistake of visiting the negative material plane in order to understand my body's urge to decay and the cycle of death in life. I thought myself protected against the ill effects of the plane with my magic, but I was wrong. The blackness of the infinite nothing pressed on my soul, and I was beset by shadows that sought to snuff out my very soul. I lost my way for a time, for an eternity, and nearly lost my existence. I could feel my essence falling away from me, and I'm even now half gone. Never will I return. How did you survive?
Updated my journal.
How did I survive? He smiled slightly, with a piece of nothing that held back to nothing. Nothing can stop nothing, you know. So I carried nothing in my hand to protect me. Do you plan to journey to the ultimate negation yourself? You have the smell of desperation about you. And so I make you this gift. Hold it in your hand when the shadows present, and it should protect you and your friends somewhat. Should they remain close to you? He passes you a small black token that looks as if it has no dimensionality to it at all. Thanks. Tell me more of the planes. Tell me of the prime material plane instead. You want to know the prime? Visit it. The boundless worlds of that plane have an infinite variety as to the planes, but I cannot encapsulate them as I have here. Suffice it to say, they are the birth of the outer planes, the children of the inner, and they hold limitless potential within their boundaries. What did you mean when you mentioned negation before? Okay. But I had some other questions. What are you doing? I am fresh back from negation, trying to restore my essence before it slips away from me altogether. It was nothing. What is this place? Unless the cosmos has shifted or we have been spun into the mazes, I would say we are still in Smoldering Corpse Tavern. What can you tell me of the patrons here? I mind my own business here, Seeker, for I spend too much time away not minding it. Speak to the bartender if you would learn more of his customers. Mazes? What do you mean? Aye, the mazes where Lady dumps those who displeased her. He makes a small semicircle over his head as he speaks the lady's name. If you'd know more of the lady and the city, find that out or some such guide. Do you know a collector named Farad? Farad grew up to be a collector. How long ago was this? When I set out last, he was but an officious stripling in one of the upper wards. Time does change some people. No, Seeker, I don't know Farad anymore. I'm willing to bet. Farewell, farewell. Let's see. It's negative token. Very interesting. Oh, we could identify it this time. Ah. Barrett. You see a slightly stooped old man with a full grey beard and lion's mane of grey hair. He wears a couple of shoulder guards as armor, and he keeps a helmet nearby. He smokes a pipe and carries a pouch of tobacco around his waist. He looks pretty strong, but he's a little plump and also appears to have some sort of breathing trouble. Well, now, aren't you a sight, lad? Never have I seen so many scars blanketing a fella. Like a scar cloak you're wearing. Where have you been, hanging out in the green treasure? He laughs. Oh, I'm just jesting with you, lad. No offense meant, and I hope you have no offense taken. I'm Ab. He extends his hand. Greetings, Ab. His handshake is firm. Now I hereby tender my apologies for the unfair jesting, lad. Hope no hard feelings. Can I buy you a tankard or two of something to smooth any ruffled feathers? Why not? That's the spirit, lad. By the moment. He rises to his feet and heads to the bar. After a moment, he returns to his seat with a pair of tankards. Here you go, lad. Drink up. He takes a massive swallow from his own tankard, puffs on his pipe, and says, What can old Ab do for you on this fine sigil day? I have some questions about this place. Oh, well, I gathered that just to look at you. I mean, you don't look like you're from around these parts, lad. You look a little too out of sorts to be a seasoned native. Ab chuckles, then takes another drink. So what can I help you with, lad? You need to know the lay of the lands. Who are you? Ab Creekness. Ab Creeknees. Third measure of the harmonium, now retired and being a tout with one's voice, since I don't step as lightly as I might these past 2 or 3 decades. He chuckles. Now, lads, who be you and what trouble might you be in? Third measure of the harmonium? Eb puffs up slightly in pride and gets a semi-stern look on his face. Aye, third measure of the harmonium. He relaxes a little, though I haven't served the tour of duty in many a decade. Pushing a quill wasn't quite up my alley after all the fights and skirmishes I've been in, so I just bide my time keeping tabs on things down here in the hive and helping out a little where I can. And you look like someone who might need a hand. Are you in some kind of trouble, lad? What fights and skirmishes have you been in? Eb rolls his eyes. More than I can remember, lad. Well, almost more than I can remember, leastwise. I did an all too long tour in the Blood War. That infernal muck-up war of lies on Terras. Far too many years in the Black Centuries War. Eb begins to tick off the wars on his fingers and can't sign it himself. Hey, then there was the Three Plains War and many others. I even took part in the Harmonium War of Liberation. Oh, towards the end there, I was also in the Sigil City Watch. Some could argue that was the most dangerous of them all. He laughs loudly. We don't get the joke. The mention of the Blood War feels like a cold dagger slipping into your heart. Thank you so much for being here, Board Game Evan. I really appreciate you being here. I will see you next time, hopefully. Have a great weekend. Tell me more of the Blood War. Eb sighs, oblivious to your reaction. Aye, the Blood War. The most dangerous family feud this side of the primordial soup. A mean-spirited mob of fiends on one side, a batch of warmonger fiends on the other. It's the war that creation sparked, and they've been digging into each other ever since. Two sets of fiends warring against each other, eh? Aye, the Tenari vicious killers who care for none but themselves, and the Batizu war machine, all for law and order under their infernal rules. The whole mess spills out into the other planes from time to time, and it's made the multiverse a less pleasant place to live. I see. Do you know someone named Farad? Farad? Eb frowns, takes the pipe from his mouth. Now, lad, what you be wanting with a bird like Farad? I think I used to know him. Aye, well, the more is your misfortune then. May I forgetting some things is better for you then. Eb puffs heavily on his pipe. What do you know of him? Well, now, I don't know everything there is to know about old Farad, but I know some of the dark surrounding him. If you are determined to track down that spider and nail him to a wall, then I suppose I could spill some of the chance so you know what you're tangling with. He pauses to tamp his pipe. Farad dug his nest deep into Rackpicker Square not too long ago, got a bunch of collectors and gangs together and started what one could almost consider a collecting faction, be that as it may be. Where can I find them? Well, lad, if you are looking for Farad, which I would say is pretty balmy of you, you're a little off the beaten path. You want to be finding Rackpicker Square, chant is that Ferris set up his skip somewhere in the square. Even an old fellow like me who's been moving the ring a few times don't know exactly where. I figured that Ferret wants to keep the dark on his location dark. If you are all bound and determined to fight Ferret, go to Rackpicker's Square to try and dig up Ferret's location from some of the locals. Try and be careful about it, since there's plenty in the square that would make a gut harp out of you as soon as look at you. What is this place? You're in the Smoldering Corpse Bar, lad. Not a pretty place as some, but it's got its own homespun kind of charm. Hey, hey, Sanganif. Hello, hello.
Yoo-hoo.
How are you today? Happy Friday. More Torment. Yes, more reading, also known as more reading. I was hoping to finish Hive today, or at least come to a point where we can go and talk to Farad after doing everything else. I don't think I'm going to be able to unless I go late. I mean, don't get me wrong, I'm really enjoying this, but there is a lot. Sometimes it's tiring. Tell me about the patrons here. Well, you got O, who claims to be a letter instead of a person. Some mercy killers wanting around for a criminal pair of happy shy on furlough from the blood war. A Gitsarai over there who's been watching you from afar, not too unusual, mind you. They are peary cutters, and a lays down here, a clueless kid whose breeches seem to be just a bit too tight. If you get my meaning. If you're wanting information on the planes, talk to Candery and Ilborn over there. He knows more than most I know. You streamed the entire thing years ago, really? I wish you had kept your words. Who is the smoldering corpse there? Him? Oh, no corpse, lad. No dead or him. Near as we can tell, old Ignis is still alive inside with little respite. Near as we can figure anyway. Ebb wrinkles his nose. He can smell damnably damnably awful sometimes too. Keeps me on the pipe to make sure it doesn't worm its way into my nose. It does. He chuckles. Still have flashbacks from the plane walker here in the burning corpse bar. Oh, we just spoke to him. Yes, we just read the book about the planes. You know, the rule book for the 2nd edition. So yeah, that was a thing. How did he get here? Ebb takes a smoke from his pipe for a moment, as if deciding how to phrase his comment. Well now, lad, Ignis has a smattering problems. Ignis had a smattering of problems, and not slightly wizardly magics to boot. And seldom do the two mix well. If you understand me, he liked to... Ebb puffs on his pipes and smoke trails up. Well, he liked to burn things. And he started torching places and people, generally making a bunch of trouble. And... well, now most of this was going on in the Hive, and I'll be the first to admit that the Hive is not the first place the Harmonium goes to keep sigils low. Ebb looks a little shamefaced, a failing on our part since it may be the place where our presence is most needed. So by the lady's reckoning, there was a little street-side justice in the wizardly community. A bunch of tea leaf readers, hedge wizards, and midwife witches got together and managed to weave a spell that was kind of poetic justice. Ebb gestures with his pipe at the figure. So now he sits there and burns. He's still alive, which I don't think they counted on. Being prepared for the conversation, I realized nobody was gonna understand the word he was saying without some diagrams, so you found a couple online to show us. Oh, that's very cool. If I was a more hardworking streamer, I would do that too. But alas. I have some other questions. Hi lads, what do you want to know? Tell me of the sigil and severance. That is true. Mostly blind, let's say. About 95%. Ebb laughs slightly. You don't think small, do you? If you want to know what's outside the city, go talk to Kendry and Ilborn over there. He's the traveler of this place. As for the rest of it, well, I can tell you of the lady. The Dabus, keys and portals, the way we keep track of time, the way the city is laid out. What was it you wanted to know? This place is a huge dump of lore, isn't it? Tell me of the lady. Well, now, not many know much about her, lad, and I'm figuring even those that know more than a little don't know too much more. She's a mystery, she is, and even should you run across her, powers forbid, she's silent and deadly. She's not evil, far as I can tell, but she keeps the dark about herself, and sigil pretty tight. None's been able to penetrate it. If they have, they've been mazed. Mazed? What do you mean? Aye, sometimes bloods will be packed off to a place where they can't do no harm. Lady C, she'll take a bit of sigil and make a little dimensional pocket out of it. A maze. She places those that have crossed her in there and lets them rot. Ebb puffs his pipe. Now you can't escape getting mazed once Lady sets her gaze on you, lad. She'll get you eventually, no matter how hard you try and dodge her. You'll be walking down an alley or about to step through a portal or take a left turn down the street and you've gone manifold times before and suddenly you are someplace you don't recognize. Now mazes aren't escape proof, there's always a way out of each one. A portal the lady places there, you just have to figure out where it is and how to use it. Tell me of the dabbers. Aye, those funny floating bloods that speak in symbols. Ebb laughs. Quite a piece of work, eh? The dabbers are kind of ladies, gentles and workmen, doing exactly what she wants, make sure sigils running up to snuff, patching walls, tearing down old buildings, building new ones, setting up portals, sealing off others, and on and on. You're a pretty neutral faring batch, and you don't want to interfere with one or kill one, or you'll bring the lady's wrath down on you right quick. Tell me of sigils time. The way we measure time in sigils by the brightness of the sky. See, we haven't got the sun and the moon like most worlds. We just got this everlasting haze of brightness, haze that brightens and darkens at regular cycles. What most folks call midnight, we call anti-peak. What they call noon, we call peak. See, it's based on the peak and anti-peak of the brightness. So when someone says something about 5 hours past peak, that's what they mean. Tell me of the city's layout. Ooh, let me wet my tongue. He takes a pull from his tankard. The city floats above an infinitely tall spire. You know, it's a bad sign when the NPC says, let me wet my tongue. It's a bad sign for the streamer, that is. The city floats above an infinitely tall spire. The spire. It lies on its side like a discarded wagon wheel. But there's no spokes that connect it to the spire. It's divided into 6 wards, each of them with its own function. Right now you're in the hive. I think the purpose of the hive is to be squalor to the rest of the city's grandeur. He laughs. Factions, philosophical clubs, or gangs if you prefer, divide up the running of the city between them. Were you in a faction? Ebb raises his hand as if to stop you and laughs slightly. Oh, now hold on, lad. I'm no has-been faction member, they say, and they're right. That once you are one of the Harmonium, you're a Harmonium for life. You are the bloods that try and make sure Sigil stays out of trouble. No wrecking the spire. No folks getting too over-enthusiastic about hurting each other. Keeping the city down to a low roar. We try and keep the peace, lad, and most times we do a decent job. Go on. The city is called the crossroads of the plains and the city of doors and cage. And the cage. It's got portals to all of creation, they say, and all manner of beasts come through here to trade, call keep, or hop from one place to another. Now that's just a quick version, lad. You'll have to experience the place for yourself. You mentioned something about the portals. The city is called the City of Doors for a reason, lad. There's portals everywhere. Portals are, well, like doors that lead across the multiverse, except they look like doors. Except they don't look like doors. Instead, they can be in a bounded space. Window, door, porthole, picture frame, barrel hoop, the space inside scaffolding, a wardrobe. Each could be a portal, waiting for just the right key to open it and take you someplace in the multiverse. Now, keys. Each portal has a key, you need to open it. Now, while portals can be in a bounded space, keys have more variety. They can be anything from a little tune you hum when next to the portal, or dancing a jig, or being in the right mood, to having a piece of the place you want to go in your head, and on and on. In my youth, I once convinced a girl that kissing a man beside it could open a portal to Arcadia. Turned out I was right, and many trips to Arcadia did we have. Many portals probably have never been found. There's some you can uncover just by asking people and getting the right key. Finding out the dark of a portal is the toughest part, but I warn you, lad, portal hopping shouldn't be a pastime for a fella in your way. Nor should you be wandering Sigil after dark either. Neither. You'd do best to stick out to the main ways, in open peak, and watch yourself. What other places can you recommend? Well, Ebb puffs on his pipe and studies you. This is perhaps the best keep you could have wandered into from the start. Judging by your tattoos, you might be partial to having designs on your body, in which case there's a tattoo salon a little spireward from here. You may want to stay away from the alley of dangerous angles if you can. Ignis torched that place not long ago, and ever since a bunch of bad bloods have set up their keep in that stretch of desert. This guy was asking about some troubles that we were in. I think he stole some of my belongings. Oh, no doubt, lad, no doubt. Ebb grumbles, chewing on his pipe. You have to chain up everything around that grasping little spider. He should have been motivated the way anything not chained down slips into his parlor. Don't give him a yard or he'll take a league, eh? Oh. What makes you think I'm in trouble? Lad, no one has as many scars as you have and isn't in some sort of trouble, either from himself or from others. Ebb looks at you in mock reproach. What do you take all that for? Blinds? Ha! Look, I'm a little weathered around the edges, but I've still got some sight and sense. Now, what's dodging your heels to be causing such trouble? Maybe I can help you. A few troubles. I woke up in the mortuary and seem to have forgotten who I am. Eh? Ebb blinks, then frowns. What was that you said, lad? That you woke up in the mortuary? Ebb studies you closely. Oh, now, did they mistake you for that under all them scarps, mayhap? Ebb chuckles. Can't say I would have been any smarter. He puffs his pipe. Damn dusties. He catches himself. I mean damn dust men. Dusties being a rude term to refer to them pale-faced fellas. And I don't mean them too much disrespect. They all have the perception and friendliness of a gravestone sometimes, eh? Can't say I couldn't see them screwing that up. No, lad. No farewell. Wow. Next NPC. Hey Bogu, hello, welcome. Happy Friday, how are you today? You see a trim muscular man dressed in clothing that is comparatively drab and mundane compared to the most of the outfits you've seen in the city. He carries himself with an air of supercilious arrogance. He also looks dramatically out of place here. What do you want? He asks. That's almost half of the NPCs done. Yeah. Who are you? I am LA's warrior of renown. Surely you have heard of me. No. Can it truly be that none in this town have heard of me or my exploits? Alas, I shall have to prove myself all over again. And here I had thought my fame had spread across the world. What world are you from? I come from the city of Elburn on the river Tame. Surely you have heard of its glories and wonders. No matter, this place is benighted and ignorant when it comes to splendors of true steeds. I am told that my land is what's called a prime by the denizens of the city. Though a prime of what? I do not know. You can't get isopropyl alcohol anywhere in your city. Have you asked pharmacies? How did you get here? I was chasing my old foe, the villainous life-shade Tirtanilal. He pauses, waiting for acknowledgements, then continues. He conjured his demonic magic and opened himself a doorway and hurled himself through it. Before he could flee me entirely, I threw myself after him and found myself here. What do you need it for? Cleaning something, maybe? I get it. You're one of the clueless. He bristles, reddening, and his hand clutches convulsively around the hilt of his sword. Clueless, is it? I take offense to your words, Sarah, and bid you farewell in the hopes that we should never cross paths again. He turns away from you, still flushed with pride and rage. I just wanted to ask you some questions. He sighs heavily, eyes you with disdain. Then be on with it, scarred one. Ask and be done. Ah, I see. You are still putting up your you are still assembling your new PC, right? I mean, as long as you don't screw up. Who are the patrons of this tavern? The only person I know here is Abdar. I am new to this place, and I do not make it my business to meddle in the affairs of others. Did you have any further questions for me, or may I continue to enjoy my solitude? Well, actually, I had a few more questions for you first. I'd like to apologize to you. He appears entirely shocked, as if the notion of apologies is alien to him. You wish to apologize? That's what I said. Then I suppose, as a point of honor, I must accept your apology. Very well, in return, I offer my apology as well. Let us set the matter aside and speak no more of it. Very well, could you answer some more questions for me? Have you heard of a collector named Farad? Farad, collector? These are names and terms unfamiliar to me, but if I should hear them mentioned in any other context, I shall certainly remember your face indeed. I could not forget it. What can you tell me about this place? I do not know. When I arrived here, I realized I needed a place to regain my bearings. Imagine my shock at discovering that even a simple tavern in this part of the world is populated by eccentrics and crazies. I have truly been transported to a madhouse. You once drank a bottle of denatured alcohol. Yeah, we buy that from pharmacies. It certainly seems that way sometimes. Where are you from? Oh, we asked this. Right, you're a long way from home. Good luck and farewell. Beckham. The man before you is old. His dry yellow skin has the scars of one who has traveled everywhere and never rested long in one place. His pinched face is inhumanly angular, and his ears sweep out from his skull, tapering to points. He wears a loose-fitting orange tunic, and a strange, shimmering blade is strapped across his back. The blade looks to be a two-pronged glaive, made of some metal whose surface swirls like a film of oil on a pond. Greetings. The man turns to you, his eyes like polished coal. He stares through you, and for a moment, you wonder if he might be blind. The weapon suddenly turns a dead flat black, mirroring the man's eyes. Are you alright?
Hail, traveler.
He says nothing for a moment, merely searches your face with his eyes. His face is quiet and somber, like a wind whispering through the branches of a great tree. Hail.
Your eyes are the weight of one who has traveled far to be in this place.
The man meets your gaze, his eyes burrowing into yours. His weapon drains of its black color, resuming its shimmering you noticed before you spoke to him. You could say that. The man's gaze does not waver from yours. I am known as Dakan. The emphasis he places on the word known strikes you as odd, yet familiar at the same time. You are not known to me. I do not know myself. That is for the best. In knowing yourself, there would be little in the plains left worth knowing. He falls silent for a moment, still studying you with his coal black eyes. I would know why you have come to this city. I am looking for answers. I have many questions. Speak your questions, I will hear you. Do you know of a man named Farad? I am told he knows something about me. That one is not known to me. What is that blade you have? It is a Karak blade. It's an object that lets others know the rank of the wielder. Karak? What does that mean? Dakan falls silent for a moment as if searching for the correct words. In your tongue, the closest translation is chaos matter. The people may shape it with their thoughts. The people? The Gitsarai. And you say the Gitsarai can shape this Karak with their thoughts. Okay, what's a Gitsarai? Gitsarai is one of the people. One of the people? A Gitsarai. Yes, but what are the Gitsarai exactly? Dakan is silent for a moment, then speaks. Our history does not need to be made known to you. We would bleed to death on death on Time's Blade before I recited a fraction of the histories of our people. I don't need to know your histories, but I would know of your people as they are now. Dakin is silent for a moment. Know this and accept it as an answer. We are the people who make our home upon the shifting plane of limbo. With a deft motion, Dakin slips the blade from his back and holds it before him. Wait, see what happens. There we mold the matter of limbo with our minds, we force cities with our thoughts. As you watch, a series of rippling waves of metal begin to roll forth from the center of the blade. The pitch and crest of the waves match the inflections in Dakin's voice. In its chaos we dwell, with only our knowing to preserve us. We are the Gitzerai. What is that blade you have? It moved and shifted in response to your voice. It's made out of a strange metal. It's almost hypnotic the way it shifts back and forth. Dakin falls silent for a moment as if searching for the correct word. Okay. Shape it with their thoughts. Karak is not shaped by heat, but by knowing oneself. It's a mirror that reflects the will of the wielder on its surface and in its edge. When one knows themselves, the blade is strong, harder and stronger than steel. When one does not know themselves, the blade is as water, formless and weak. What rank does the blade signify? The blade is a symbol carried by the Zerth, as Zerth is one who knows the words in Zerthimon. Zerthimon. In knowing the words of Zerthimon, they know themselves. Zerthimon? Zerthimon founded our race. He knew the Gitzerai before they knew themselves. He defined the people. He gave them one mind. I will take this option last. Can you tell me of the Gitzerai now? Can you tell me about this city? You got a walk, Jack. Sure, Panzer. You think you'll play Torment tomorrow? You'll do it right. Mitral does it all wrong. I will play and do it better. I will see you next time, hopefully, Panzer. Take care of yourself and have a nice walk with Jack and the rest of your weekend. What can you tell me about this city? It is known by the name Sigil among the people. It's known as the city that does not know itself. It doesn't know itself? What do you mean? The city exists, but it does not know itself. In not knowing itself, its existence is flawed. How is it flawed? The city exists in opposition to itself. It has set itself apart from the planes, yet it seeks to be everywhere at once. Its walls are doors, yet it keeps these doors locked. Such an existence tells of a thing that does not know itself. In not knowing itself, it is flawed. Okay, let's see. Option 1. What if the city is not flawed? A thing does not need to be ordered and have a purpose to know itself. What if these contradictions are strengths that you cannot see? Or, what if the city is not flawed and you just do not know the reasons for its contradiction? There is order in everything. Perhaps there's an underlying pattern that you cannot perceive. So the second option would be lawful alignment option. The first option would be chaotic alignment option. Let's go with the chaotic. To your question, a question. What if the city is flawed and you see its contradictions all around you? To your question, a question. You claim the city's existence is flawed. You have accepted this rather than explore the possibility that something greater may exist. That suggests you are flawed and that you do not search for knowledge, but only for a convenient answer. Dakin falls silent. There is no knowing the answer to the questions we have asked, yet the city exists. That is all. Yet I would maintain that we know ourselves by the questions we ask and the ones we do not. If we cease asking questions and accept only what we can perceive. Oh, wow. Then we will cease to know ourselves. Dakin's voice has changed slightly, become heavier. Such words have been spoken before. I have heard them and know them. Where have you heard them? The words are mine. Once I knew them and knew their meaning. I had forgotten them until you spoke. Dakin's gaze travels through you, and his blade stops shimmering, bleeding of all color until it's translucent. There is a moment of silence, then Dakin looks up at you. I would travel your path with you. I'll consider it. I had some other questions first. You seem to place a special emphasis on knowing. What do you mean? All things, whether structure or flesh, their existence is defined by their knowing of themselves. And if a man does not know himself, when a mind does not know itself, it is flawed. When a mind is flawed, the man is flawed. When a man is flawed, that which he touches is flawed. Dakin pauses. It's said that what a flawed man sees, his hands make broken. Do you know yourself? Dakin falls silent. His coal-black eyes take on the same distance that you noticed when you first spoke. I ask again, do you know yourself? Van Dakin speaks again. His voice has changed. His words echo like a great stone dropped into a chasm. It looks like he is forcing the words from his chest. It is not my will that you know this. Perhaps I was being too kind phrasing it as a question. Tell me. The words come out of Dakin slowly, as if they are being carried one by one. It has come to pass that I do not know myself. Why? Dakin's voice drops to a whisper like sand. I do not know why. I know it has happened, but I know not the how, nor the when, nor how to know myself once more. How do I recruit him now? I accept. An extra blade would be welcome.
Your path is mine.
Strangely enough, his voice seems distant and it echoes as if he was speaking from across a great X. So yeah, I remembered from previous playthrough that Dakin is a companion, and I remembered vaguely that his recruiting conversation about knowing was amazingly written. I was looking forward to this, and it is great. Whispering Flask. This container also has a peculiar powder called Whispering Moths. Loose translation of the Gita expression. A form of healing powder commonly used by the Gita. Okay, it's healing. Invokes aids. +2 strengths. Oh, okay. You're right, I should do that. I don't do that at all. It invokes aids, yeah.
I cannot part with that.
Okay. This small round stone is the Unbroken Circle of Zertimon. The Unbroken Circle is a Zerth religious text containing teachings of Zertimon, the founder of the Gitzerai people. The circle is made up of a series of interlocking circles that fold out from one another depending on which branch the reader wishes to follow in the path of the teachings. It is said that some Zerths spend years poring over the combinations of the plates, looking for new significance in the teachings. Dakin seems to use the text as a means of focusing his spellcasting abilities. Oh, he's a caster. For he pores over the tablet, occasionally memorizing the words. Add NPC in Dakin's inventory. This small round stone, okay. This small round stone appears to be a religious text that Dakin carries. It's made up of a series of interlocking circles that fold out from one another. The complexity of the plates and the intricacy of their links prove the text was constructed by a master artisan. You can't figure out how to unlock the plates, however. Fine.
Hey, what's eating you, Chief?
Ooh. I'm going to leave this for the next stream. There's a lot.
What is your will?
Dakin turns to you, his eyes like polished gold. His blade mirrors his eyes for a moment as you address him, then he nods. What is your will? There are things I would know, Dakin. Oh. Oh. Wait. Okay, let's take it from the beginning. He might be able to teach us to become a mage. Can I talk to you about your teachings, Deacon Waits? Can you teach me anything of the art, Deacon? Know that I am not a teacher in this, but know that I may serve as a guide. I do not know how humans come to be versed in the arts, but when you learn the art, return and ask. Ah, okay, so I guess he can make the switch between fighter and mage on the fly when we become a mage, but he cannot make us a mage. Alright, that is good to know. I'm a little sad that he cannot make us a mage, but I want to ask you about our travels. We have talked about all of this. Okay, we can talk to him again too next stream. I just want to finish the NPCs here today. We have Wilquix, Barkis,
I shall serve.
Ethelgrin, Gagarin, Maokai. You know what? I will do something else first, then come back here.
Done.
Step right up, come see the burning man. Try to put him out. Buy him a drink. He's thirsty. He's on fire. He's a red hot. Come on in. Come on in. See what I mean?
Ah, screw you. Wait, where am I? This is not where I wanted to be.
Done. Right.
Where was that NPC that tried to return? Not on this map, I guess. Here, right? She was here. Wait, was he not here? So she was in the first map?
I'm gone.
Next to the mortuary. Was it? No, which one was it? Oh, we also have to talk to her. I found the starved dogs barking and penned 3 of them in the dead book.
Updated my journal.
The powers be not blind in their justice this day. The woman reaches into her spider-like ear and draws forth a copper earring. Here you are, a pretty bit. It should fetch. This worth 33 coppers at least, I'm sure. It belonged to one of my sisters. She won't be needing it anymore. Very well, farewell, Savtai. Ingress. Yes, Ingress is the one I'm looking for. Pox is... Wait. The cult figure is hunched by the mortuary gate. His face is obstructed by the shadows of his hood. What little you can see is his chin, which is covered with stubble and what appears to be a foul green and purple rash. The rest seems to have around his neck, fading as it crawls up to his chin. Greetings. The figure doesn't budge. There's a moment of silence, then a response in a high-pitched voice that sounds more suited to a girl of 10 years than a man. Hi? Who are you? Fox, am I high? We haven't spoken to him, right? Pox? Mother and father named me. Wish the Pox on firstborn. A curse given, came true, it did high. Again, your eyes are drawn to the purplish green rash covering Pox's chin and neck. What are you doing? Wait for debtors. Do I? Hi. Debtors? Corpses? Why? Find a debtor. Take him through the gates, get some drink, then again I wait. Through the gates? Why? Address to a dustman, what's copper is to a collector. Bring them to that, then give you the copper at the gate. They do high. I don't think he will offer anything new. Let's move through them quickly. Is the front gate the only way inside the mortuary? Aye, only the or dustman going gate, they do. You want Pucks make you deader again? Oh, interesting. No, I had some other... Okay, farewell. If you want to go in, we can use this. You know what? I should rest and also heal up, make it day. It's not here.
Done.
So that we are not attacked at every turn.
I'm gone. I'm gone.
Okay, let's look for ingress. Oh, there she is. Greetings. Hey, you, she squints at you. What is it you want me now? You want me to leave? Not leave in the city, so I'm not. I can't, I tried, it's not a city, it's a prison everywhere. Ingress, I found someone who can take you back to your home plane. Yes, we had the litany of curses upgrades. Ingress falls silent. I wanna go, wanna leave this place. His name is Kandrian, he should be along shortly to help you. Trust him, alright? Ingress says nothing, merely nods quietly, her teeth chattering inside her mouth. I'll go back and meet Kandrian at the smoldering corpse part and make sure everything turned out alright. Be strong, Ingress.
Updated my journal. Done.
Kandrian stands as you approach him. The Tooth Woman wanted you to have these, he says, holding out his hand. She wanted to express her thanks, even out the balance book as it were, and be done with the damn things. In the palm of his hand are Ingress' dancing teeth, and he smoothly deposits them into your hand. Enjoy them, Seeker.
Updated.
What the heck? This is a handful of Ingress' living teeth. Apparently they didn't want to go with her back through the portal to her own plane. They rattle among themselves whenever they are held close together. They remind you of a bunch of creepy ivory hopping bugs. 1/6 crushing, piercing, magical weapon.
Welcome back.
Hey VF, welcome back. Okay, let's make it a magical weapon and...
Hey, come on. Hey, come on. Hey, come on.
Okay. Would like a detailed report on everything you missed? Sure. It's called Video on Demand, and it will be on YouTube tomorrow. Or even on Twitch, right after the stream. So feel free to watch. You see someone dressed as a female dustman with a half-empty glass in her right hand. As you near her, she calls out to you. You over here! You notice that there's something wrong about her, and your exposure to the dustman leads you to believe that she's just too lively to be a real member of the faction. Approach her. Hey, Kata, buy a lady a drink? You're not really a dustman, are you? She looks around nervously. She seems to sober up. Why and why do you say that? Because you don't act like a Dusty, and you are not offering contracts. In fact, you are taking money in instead of giving it out that corpse labor they do at the mortuary. She stifles a squeak of terror and hastens to explain, No, I'm not a dustman. I just found these robes in the street and I didn't have enough money to get good clothes. And I heard there was a dustman thief around, but you could probably find him somewhere else in the southwest part of the hive. I saw him, but I hid from him. Please don't hurt me. I'm not planning on it. You ought to know that you are not pulling it off too well. Now answer some questions. Who are you? Me? I'm okay. I just like to drink here and she loses her train of thought momentarily. I'm just a person, you know. What is this place? Smoldering corpse 7. Can't you read? You are more Bob than I am. Forget it. Tell me something else. Tell me about the other patrons here. Dana, they are just people. I don't deal much with people. Unless they are buying me a drink. She looks at you hopefully. I see. Give me some other answers. Who's the burning corpse? He's not a corpse. He's some crazy wizard. Ask around. They'll tell you the story. Nothing. Farewell. Let's try these. The Abishai. You see a scaled fiend who looks very similar to the one standing next to him, in addition to the pierced left ears. Both are black-hued and reptilian, with bat wings tucked around themselves. This one has a small scar under its left eye. Greetings, old comrades. Ooh, it's truly a joy to see you again. Again? What I mean, dear man, is that time our old enemy has performed a vicious disservice on you. It robs your memories and steals your recollections. If you do not recall us, why, it's because you have fallen prey to one of mortality's weaknesses. We are old friends of yours, old indeed. What can we do for you? I have some questions. Some questions, perhaps we have answers. We are certainly eager to aid you, old friend. Who are you? Ah, it's Elgrin. Time has robbed our companion's memory. You honestly do not recall us, do you? Truly, I am aggrieved. But, as am I, Tagarin, truly aggrieved. Yet I rest easy, it has after all been many hundreds of years, and we know how the minds of mortals tend to dissipate with age. Ah, well spoken, old friends. We are a pair of Abishai on leave from our current assignments in Bator. Bator or Bator? I am Tagarin. Tagarin the Tri-Stamped, so named for my ability to find the best in every situation. This is Athelgrin, who has earned himself no special name, though not for lack of trying. Lack of trying, what do you mean? Athelgrin ignores you as it responds to his companion, and once again, Tagarin, you have cut straight to the truth of the matter, though perhaps it's best not to have earned the sort of notice one bearing the name Tri-Stamped must surely have incurred. I have some questions. Morte whispers to you. Boss, I don't like this. They are not supposed to be here. The Blood War hasn't kicked the Celestials' asses bad enough that any fiend can go on furlough. They want something. Tread carefully. In the meantime, Tagarin continues to respond to his companion. How am I liking the game? I am loving the game. And I know I will continue to love it, and I will be very sad when it ends. Which is, thankfully, a long way from now. I'm not sure if that answers your question. We are barely scratching the surface of the start of the game, by the way. I mean, 10 hours and this is nothing, so there's still a lot to see. I know many great things are coming up. Beator. 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 Okay. I always said Bator. Something like that. I don't know what I said. Morta whispers to you something. In its turn, Tagarin ignores you as it replies to its comrade. Once again, I maintain that any notice is better than no notice at all. The Abishai turns back to you. Old friend, does this answer your question as to our identities? I suppose it will have to. Beator, okay. What are you doing? What are we doing? Why is it not perfectly clear, old friend? We are on leave from our beloved assignment, taking for ourselves some much-needed rest, and perhaps inducing some additional recruitment for our glorious cause. Our Spurious fully support our presence, to be sure. In a more immediate sense, we are taking our entertainment in this delightful establishment. And of course, we are celebrating the return of our old friend. However, the stench of the breezes, which occasionally waft the scent of goodness in the door, phases us somewhat, leaving us physically, mentally, and spiritually weaker. Fortunately, the air in this ward of the city carries a delicious tang of pain and supplication. Wouldn't you agree? Again, the fiend smiles broadly at you. What is this place? This is Smoldering Corpse Tavern, one of the more entertaining taverns your kind has seen fit to erect in this city. The poetic justice of the burning fellow at the door of the establishment is really quite a fine touch. But is there something else you wish to ask? Tell me about fiends. Ooh, that's going to be long. Do you know about the collector named Farret? Farret? I have heard the name. Is he not a sage of some sort? A necromancer? Or is he a diviner of rubbish? I have heard of him, friends, but do not have the pleasure of his company. Perhaps one or the other patrons here can help you. Tell me about fiends. As we see it, there are two kinds of fiends, those who are correct and those who are not. Our side, that of the Batizu, is correct. The other side, that of the cursed, hated, chaotic Tanari, is incorrect and must be exterminated. We hold the Tanari directly responsible for the Blood War. Were it not for them, you could have settled the lower planes in peace, and wouldn't have all the bother of fighting this wretched war, nor would the unfortunate spillovers into other planes be such a cause for concern among the namby-pambying do-gooders. The Tanari are directly to blame for the multiverse's sad state of affairs. That's not really what I was asking. I wanted to know what differentiates you from them. The fiend pauses a moment and then brightens. Ah, yes, you see, we represent law and order. Those who break the law must be punished. If we have no law, we have only anarchy, and surely you can see what anarchy has done for the Abyss. It has spawned horrors beyond imagining. Any excesses the Batizu states may have indulged in are simply to counter the rising tide of chaos represented by the Tanari. We mean no harm to anyone, we just prefer to understand where the boundaries are. Beatizu. So Beat or Beatizu. It's going to be tough to get used to it. I see. I had some other questions. Nothing, farewell. Bye. Do you have anything new? No, they are the same. You see a short, rotund man with a perplexed expression on his face. From the lines on his loose skin, it looks like it's not too uncommon. He carries a flagon of ale that looks like it's in the process of being emptied, rapidly. In between swallows, he speaks in a gentle voice, so quiet that you can barely hear his words. Hello, traveler. My name is Ilquix. Can I be of some assistance to you?
New critical hits boost.
Prop
Bogu
mines.
_Bogu just boosted prop mines.
Is that bloodlines? Okay.
New critical hits boost. Bogu _Bogu just boosted Goat Eek.
Goat Eek. Thank you for the boosts, Bogu. Greetings, I would like to ask you some questions. What did you want to know, my friend?
New
Where exactly
critical
are
hits
you?
boost. Sunnif
Oh,
just boosted other
boosts.
torment.
Alright. Other torment. Disco Dasco.
New critical hits boost. Sunnif just boosted Disco Dasco.
Tyranny.
New critical hits boost. Sunnif
Thank
just
you.
boosted Tyranny.
Thank you for the boost, Sangnif. Where exactly are you? I am but a humble man with a slight flowery poetical bent and a tendency towards the supernatural. I regret that I have none of my supplies here, or I should be most eager to teach you of the way of power, perhaps some later time? Is that like that? For now, though, I have some other questions. What can you tell me about this place? This place, the Smoldering Corpse Tavern, a fine establishment with a fine owner. Bacchus is a true gentleman and ambitious to increase his standing to boot. These, I feel, are the most useful qualities one can possess. They drive people. I have some other questions. What can you tell me of the patrons of this place? The patrons of this tavern are many and varied. I have spoken with the most and find them delightful, with the exception of those creatures of law. He gestures towards the pair of Abishai sitting in the corner. They taint the air with their presence, lending an unwholesome stench to an otherwise pleasant environment. I recommend speaking to Barkis. I understand he requires some aid with a trifling matter. Then we have that O character. I'm still trying to understand him fully. It is quite an undertaking, if I say so myself. Those are the folk of interest here. The others, well, perhaps. I am too discriminating. Why do you despise the creatures of law? Ah, a fine question, my friends. My upbringing has been on the chaotic side of the Great Ring. You may speak to the Kandrian Ilborn, a misnomer if I ever heard one, of the plains. He fancies himself a great planewalker. To return from my digression, I have lived many years with chaos, and find it pleasantly agreeable. To me, the taint of law, as in those creatures there, is reprehensible and tyrannical. If I am to be crushed underfoot, I'd rather it be by an individual than a machine that knows nothing of emotion. I very much agree. Ilquick smiles totally, his fat cheeks barely moving. To each his own, I say. Do you have more questions? Who is that Burning Man? That is the less unfortunate who chose to exercise his individual will without the strength to back up his desires. His name is Ignis, and he was a pyromaniac. He burned and didn't burn the right people, and wound up channeling more raw power than he could control. Now, well, you can see what became of him. If you wish to learn more of him, perhaps that poor creature Drusilla can help you. Farewell. You see a leather-skinned man with just a hint of ashen color to his face. His teeth seem sharper than normal, and his eyes are filled with the boredom that comes with having seen too much. His voice is nasal and clips. You again, eh? What you want this time? You again? What do you mean? Yeah, you again. You got a hearing problem or something now? You was in here about 15 years ago, got all bobbed up, smashed up the place and left a pile of coin that wasn't enough to pay for the damages, so you plucked out your own bleeding eyeball and tells me you'll be back to reclaim it when you got 200 coins together. With 15 years of interest, you got about 500 coins. You got the jink pal, I got your eye. 500, all right here. With a name like Ignis, which I maybe wasn't for. It's a deal! He produces a darkened, wax-stoppered, white-mouthed bottle from his pocket. You hear the sound of liquid slushing around inside it, along with a heavier squisher noise. Opening it, the stench of some sort of preservative agent nearly makes you gag. Floating in is the viscid muck is an eyeball. You'd better figure out what you want to do with that now that you've exposed it to the air. You might as well put a pickled egg in the jar for all the good it'll do you. Pick up your mind cutter, pickled egg or not. Tear out your eyeball and place this one in the socket. Alright, interesting. With a moment's hesitation, you reach into your socket and pop your eye into the palm of your hand. The bartender helpfully severs your optic nerve and drags your hand to the jar of good that sits on the bar. You deposit your eye in the preservative, wrap your fingers around the old one, and slide it into your empty socket. Thankfully, we got help. You know, you probably know how hard it is to do this without help. The pain of this entire operation is incredible. After a moment, though, you can feel the optic nerve reattaching itself to this new eye, and suddenly you are hit by a flash of memory. Absorb it. Memory flash, a vast expanse of chaotic, ever-changing wasteland stretching before you, a group of humanoid vultures plummeting towards you, cruel weapons ready to strike, and your own shining blade clutched tight in your fist. Memory flash. 3 toughs surround you, in the color of an enemy you cannot quite place. Long daggers glisten in their hands, and the light glints cruelly from their exposed teeth. You glance at your scarred hands, and know that soon they'll be covered in blood. Memory flash. An enormous frog-like creature comes bounding over through under chaos stuff, headed for you with a mouthful of teeth. You hurl your javelin through the shifting matter and pin the creature to a sudden stomp blind. You have recalled some of your lost fighting skills. Ask more questions of Bax. Okay. Noted, don't try to replace your eye with the one you found in a bottle in some slums by yourself. I mean, you can do it, Buggy Buggy, if you have your other eye. It's just that don't do it if you also don't have your other eye. Proficiency points increase permanently. Interesting. Who are you? Me, I'm Barkus, owner and keeper of this place. What is this place? Didn't you see the sign out front? Didn't you see the bark burning over the furnace when you came in? It's the smoldering corpse cutter best damn Bob house in Sigil. At least it's the best damn Bob house in this part of the hive. What makes it one of the best in Sigil? Hell, they got fancy plates with plants and such in the ladies' ward, and they got fiendish towers salted around the rest of the hive, but none of them got character of the smoldering corpse. Who is the corpse anyway? Ignis. He used to be a flame wizard, burned down pieces of the hive, and got himself scragged by a bunch of other mages. You want to know more about him? Go talk to Drusilla down there by the door. Then you're the person to ask questions of. Hurry it up, will ya? What can you tell me of the patrons here? I don't make it a point to interfere with the lives of the people who give me their hard-earned chink unless they ask me to. So, over there is Kandrian, Planewalker. He's a good one to talk about in the Planeswalking questions you might have, and he's been pretty much everywhere. Down there is Eb Creeknees, an old harmonium basher. Don't hold that against him, and that's out. He's got a good heart in him, and he knows Sigil up and down. Damn fiends over there are Ethelgrin and Tigarin. Word of advice, don't deal with them. They might be low rankers in the fiend hierarchy, but they are still fiends. Then you got Ilquix over there, not trustworthy, and some mercilessly looking for some poor sod. Dakan the Gitsarai is a mystery to me. Don't know much about him. He don't talk much. Finally, you interested in earning some free bob? Yes. There's a bobber over against the far wall, hanging about in the shadows, who's been trying to work up her courage to slip out without covering her tab. I want you to make sure she don't do that. You do it, you got a free bob here for life. I'll do it. Answer me some questions first. I'm looking for Farad the Collector. He turns and spits on the floor. Farad? Pah. You may as well just turn your back and let him sink a dagger in it. Though from the looks of you, you already have. If you are that set on finding Farad, pardon the pun, talk to Eb Creeknees over there. He should know something of value. I'll do that. I want something to drink. I want information to drink. What you want? We got your basic beer for a copper, bitters for 2, meat for 4. We got water straight from the elemental plane for 8 copper, and we got Iberian Firewine and Fire Teas for 10, Cursed Heartwine for 8, and Beator's own whiskey for 20. What'll you have? Let's try everything. Beer. You have the weak drink, the flavor isn't exactly bold, but it's filling, and it's alcoholic. It doesn't seem to do anything else for you. Bitters. You craft the weak drink. The flavor isn't exactly bold, but it's filling, and it's alcoholic. It doesn't seem to do anything else for you. Mead. You craft the weak drink. The flavor... Okay. Water. He moves back to a keg on the wall and turns the spigot. The clearest water you have ever seen pours from the nozzle into the glass he holds underneath it. He sets it down in front of you and you take a deep draught. It is the purest thing you have ever tasted. A coldness inherent to the water itself, a feeling of air that passes over your tongue and into your stomach. Where its coolness calms even the raging of your passions for a moment. From the heart of the elemental plane of water, Barkis snorts. Any other water you ever drink is going to taste dirty by comparison. Fire wine and fire seeds. He passes you a glass of deepest red wine and a handful of bright colored seeds. Stick the seeds in your mouth, he advises, and take a swig of the wine. Don't be surprised when the seeds catch fire. They won't do you any harm. It's a taste like no other. He's right. When you pop a seed in your mouth, it mingles with your saliva and bursts into a tiny flame. You quench it with a swallow of the fire wine. And the taste is indescribable. Bacchus smiles. You want another? Heart wine. He passes you a glass of Kerr's famous heart wine. The bouquet is breathtaking and the wine itself is full-bodied and fruity. The aftertaste leaves nothing to be desired. Made from real razor wine, that is. Wish I knew the secret. The barkeep nods at the empty glass. You want another? Whiskey. He placed a shot of some steaming substance that looks like boiling urine in front of you. The fumes that waft your way, however, are exquisitely tempting. To taste, though nearly unbearably hot, is as smoky as the sand. The feel of the liquor burning its way to your gut is nearly painful, yet even this pain is sweet. The barkeep's eyes widen. Still standing, most folks can't even make it halfway through the first shot. I feel fine, I don't even feel anything. The barkeep considers you carefully, resting his chin on his hand. You know, Cutter, there's some as have a natural immunity to poisons and such. Some folks call Baba poison. If that's the case, chances are good you got yourself a handy little defense against poisoners. That ought to come in handy. Good, my thanks and farewell. So we still have... Oh, I will talk to him last. Let's talk to this one. An armored behemoth, this man is huge. He also seems to have a very keen eye. It misses nothing that transpires around him. It also seems that he has no interest in speaking to you. Hello? The man stares at you as if you are some sort of bug. He stares at you, blinking slowly. He turns his head, then dismissing you without speaking a word. Hello? You hear a subterranean rumble beginning deep in the man's chest. He lightly strokes his weapon and stares at you with renewed interest. Hello? If that's the way you want to be, farewell. You see a lad who barely looks a day over 18. His face seems to betray tension. Help you, Cutter? Who are you? I am Caleb, I'm a mercy killer. I'm here with Turner and Ilsedan to catch my first criminal. What can you tell me about the mercy killers? Well, sorry, I have to get used to saying that now. I believe that justice is the most important thing in existence. I believe that without justice, there is no meaning, and without meaning, we might as well just go off and kill ourselves. I don't want to kill myself, so I decided justice is the meaning. If you want to know more, you ought to ask one of these other two, or find one of the recruiters. They'll talk your ear off. I might go do that. Ask some questions for me first, will ya? I'm looking for a collector who goes by the name Farad. Would you happen to know where I can find him? Can't say I've heard of him. Is he a criminal? What did I just choose? I don't know. Maybe we'll pick him up later. My thanks for the tip of citizen. I just need to find him, not get him killed. Can you answer some questions for me? Why are your friends here? They are the people who are here to make sure I don't follow up this assignment. Turner's the older one, Ilsedan's the one who is here to make sure I do the job right, and to give me support if I need it. He swallows noisily. Hope I won't. You'll be fine, I'm sure. Answer a couple of questions for me, will ya? What can you tell me about this place? This place is the Smoldering Corpse. I think they named it after the guy near the entry. It's the place where criminals and lowlifes hang about. Still, there are some cutters here who know what they are talking about. Some of them are those fiends though, and I don't like to deal with them. I feel like they're staring right at my soul. What are you doing? Well, seeing as I'm a new mercy killer, I'm supposed to bring a criminal to justice to show I can handle the fieldwork. I decided I wanted to catch a killer, so we asked around, and got told he was going to be here. Still haven't seen him though, and I'm a little nervous, to tell you the truth. If you'll excuse me, I really ought to get looking at the face here again. He cranes his neck. Looks around the bar. Farewell, good day. Hello. You see a grizzled, burly man in spiked armor. He eyes you coolly and slowly, up and down, evaluating you. He pauses for a time on your face, almost as if it jogs his memory somehow. He sighs, then he says, "Can I help you with something, friends?" Who are you? Me, I'm Turner. What's with the outfit? It's a uniform of a kind. We are the Red Death Mercy Killers. We are the Justice folks. Someone commits a crime, we bring them to justice. You right wrongs too. You want to know more? Go talk to one of the recruiters. Who are your friends? They are Caleb and Ilsedan. Caleb's the new meat, a new recruit. Ilsedan's the muscle, I'm the brains. What are you doing here? Waiting for a criminal. This will be Eager Caleb's first arrest, if the Burg we are wanting for ever shows up. What, are you some kind of police force? Is that what your armor is? A uniform? It's a uniform of a kind. We are the okay. Did you recognize me? I thought I did, but those pictures are centuries out of date and the suspect be dead by now. Of course, there are the planes and stranger things have happened. Still, if you are the fellow I'm thinking of, it looks like you served your sentence by means of pain. What can you tell me about this person you're talking about? Was a particularly brutal criminal from what I understand. This was of course centuries ago. Immense strength, they said, and enough anger to tear the head from a barrier. Not the sort to be messing with. Word is, he got himself surrounded by a red dead patrol, something. Escaped through a portal and hasn't been seen since. He frowns studying you. They have pictures of him. Take away some of those scars and you might be related to him. Probably not him though. Sounds like a nasty fellow. Have you heard of a collector by the name of Ferret? I'm looking for him. Red Death Patrol, yes. If you are looking for him, eh? From the tone of your voice, I'm betting it won't be for a quick drink down at the local tavern either. See, I know Parrot of old. He's a slippery one, he is. And it'll be a time before we can pin something on him. Problem is, only a fanatic like Waylords cracked the guy without even a shred of proof. That's all a long way of saying I don't know where the sod is, but you ought to know he's a suspect, and it won't do you any good to be seen with him. Tell me of this place if you would. This is the smoldering corpse. Chant is this place is full of portals and such, but then that's true for almost anywhere in Sigil. Good cheap drinks, and if you don't mind the company of bubbers and fiends, it ain't a bad place to be. You want to know more about this place? Talk to the bartender or something. Farewell, farewell. I think this was the quest. Parker says it's time for you to settle your tab. Pay up.
Goodbye, sir.
She jumps a little and her nervous tension becomes full-fledged anxiety. What are you going to do? Ask you to go pay up now. I can't afford it. Can you split me just 10%? I'll give it to him. He knows I'll pay the rest. How much do you need? I think I need about 100 coins to get started on that debt. Poison her drink with the embalming fluids. I'll lend you the money. Here, take it and pay up now. She pockets your drink, glances briefly towards the door almost as if she's weighing her chance of guessing out. Sighs heavily as she realizes there's no chance and begins to walk glumly toward the bar. Oh, my thanks, I suppose. Don't mention it and don't even think about heading for the door until you are paid up. You won't be having trouble with Mokai again. Then, friend, you have full bar privileges for free, anything you want in time. That must have been a pretty big tab she ran up. You don't know the half of it. Do I drink now? No. You see a man standing stock still. He isn't moving a muscle. On close examination, it appears that he isn't even breathing, just standing. His eye sockets are empty holes in his face. Contained within their bounds is a flat grey light that seems to dance with possibility. Looking into the sockets, the eerie, empty feeling of a limitless void shivers through you, as if you had gazed into a sliver of eternity. The head slowly swivels towards you. You notice that no muscles appear to move under his skin as he turns, and he speaks in a pure bell-like tone. Well, Matt Wanderer, you have forgotten again, haven't you? Oh, I guess you're right. Yeah, I kinda remember. Do you know me, stranger? As he opens his mouth, you get the feeling of eternity again. Inside his mouth, you see no tongue, no teeth. It's almost as if this man were a shell surrounding an illimitable expanse. I have spoken with you before, and always you forget. Your endless quest to discover yourself ends always in your amnesia. You draw close to the truth and recoil. Let us hope that you have the strength to endure your existence. What do you know of me? How do you know this? I know that you, like a fly, rise up from the wreckage of your old shell, buzz about for a time, and curl up and die at the window of truth. You bumble about the pain, seeking the light without any plan to your action, and fall, exhausted when you fail. You alight on others to feed from them for a time, and move on with no regard to them. I have watched you come here and listen to your words, and watched you move away no wiser. Will you learn from your mistakes, Seeker? Who are you? I am O. For some reason, when he speaks his name, it sounds like he's speaking of a much more than a single letter. As if the speaking of his name contained untold possibilities and nuances. No human tongue could ever create such a sound. Thank you, VF. What sort of name is that? It is my name. It is the name of a portion of eternity. I am a letter in the divine alphabet. Understanding me leads to understanding existence. I am writ in the true name of half of everything. My being encompasses truth. I am mathematic, organic, metaphysic. So what does that mean? Divine alphabet is written in the name of everything that exists, from the seed at the hearts of the elemental planes to the core of the great beyond. My brothers, sisters, a single word translates into the two in your mind. And I reach across... Why is it not siblings? And I reach across all that is, was, or ever shall be. We are thought and reality, and concept, and the unimaginable. Tell me about the great beyond. You would not understand, no mortal possibly could. It's beyond the powers of comprehension of all, but the most powerful of powers. And once they understand, they move beyond the veil of mortal comprehension. I can explain it no more than that. Perhaps sometime you will understand. So what are you doing here? Why, I am watching the ebb and flow of mortality. And what do you see? You mortals are like wasps. You build your lives' nest from the slimmest of branches, and when the wind shakes your home life free... Oh, I guess it is to introduce us to these other dual words. You seek to sting the wind to death, instead of realizing your foolish mistakes, attempting to repair the damage you have caused yourselves, and learning from your experience. You bring harm to any who have the misfortune of blunder near you in your time of pain and distress. My advice to you, and to all mortals, stop acting like an insect and start acting sentient. I'll think about that. In the meantime, answer some more questions for me. Did I miss something here? Then that means you know all the secrets of existence, doesn't it? I know parts of many of them. Without the connection to my brothers, sisters, I am but a letter. Alone, I am a symbol. Combined, we are language and power. Yeah, so you don't know the secrets of existence. I did not say that. A letter is still a powerful force, even on its own. Allow me to show you. He opens his mouth wider and wider still. The mask of his face tears around his eyes, mouth, and nose, revealing that hint of eternity you glimpsed earlier. You are lost in it, adrift in it, a part of it. You return to your mundane senses and realize that all has vanished, yet somehow your horizons have expanded. Enlightenment has brushed you, however briefly, across the brow. That was indescribable. Oh, one wisdom! Look at that, we can get rid of this now. Should I be sad or happy that we missed the rest of the dialogue though? Phew, I think we are done. We are done. Oh, I haven't spoken to Ignis. Time to restart the game. This crackling, billowing creature twists slowly above an iron grill upon the floor of the bar. It may have once been human, but now its skin is charred beyond recognition. Streams of fire form a wreath around the creature's body as the flames lick at the few remaining pockets of flesh, causing them to bubble and run like wax down on the creature's skeletal frame. Greetings. Examine the smoldering corpse. The heat surrounding this creature is incredible. To your surprise, the iron grill the creature floats above has sagged and bent from the heat. At first, you thought the heat came from the grill, but now you realize it emanates from the creature. As you watch, the flecks of ash drifts from the writhing corpse and floats slowly to the ceiling. Greetings. The thing makes no response. It rises slowly within the flames. It lives, but it does not seem aware of anything other than the fire that surrounds it. Its skin is flame, its heart is flame. You know, within some shadowed corner of your memory, that this thing is dangerous. Okay, that's all.
You see that?
Let's get a save.
He's on the spit. You'll love it. You, sir, come on in.
And find someone to raid. Wow, I'm actually really feeling tired. Yes, Johnny is up streaming. So we will go there. Your raid idea, sure. What is your? Oh, you are thinking Johnny anyway. All right, that's great. That suits me just fine. Well, I hope this is not boring for you people. You know, I am reading a lot. We don't seem to be doing much of gaming other than dialogue reading. I'm not getting bored. I'm really enjoying this personally, but I'm not sure how it's like from the viewer's side. I hope you you are enjoying it at least as much as I am. But now I definitely need some rests, and we will go to Johnny Isle, say hi, spread some love. He's playing a game called West of Loathing. I'm not sure what that is. It looks funny. He says it's the funniest game ever. Perhaps that's true. So I will be back in 2 days for more Gabriel Knight 3. I hope to finish this game this week, but it might not be possible. In fact, I don't think it will be possible, but we'll see how far we get. And we will be back to Planescape Torment next Wednesday. And also next Wednesday is going to be the new season of D666, where we are going to get our new characters to up to a total of 160. So make sure you keep rolling until then. Maybe you get the first place. No one has rolled over 660 so far. If you have enjoyed the streams and you haven't given me a follow, consider doing so to come back. Other than that, until the next time we meet, take care of yourselves and be well. And hopefully I will see you again very soon. Goodbye.